In the South Bend, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate my brother, to spoon.
That's right. You tune into Spoon 107.5 FM Fabric 101.1, and also we're live on Spoon TV. We're also live on our YouTube page. Today is the 17th day of April 2023. You're welcome to another edition of Spoon Talk here on the Spoon Network. Let me now cross over to the rest of the crew. Dr. Richardson, good afternoon to you, ma'am.
Hi, Diamond. How are you doing today? Hi, good day.
Doing well.
That's
Well,
good to
I'm
see.
okay. God morning me.
Yes, as usual. As usual. Diamond, but why you made a mother boy when the boss got money?
No, I didn't do anything. Probably.
I'm not sure. I saw a twisting of the mouth there for a second. Mm-hmm. That it right there. That was all you did. You see, I was learning. Yeah, well, it's good to be here with you. Thank you for tuning in to your program, Spoon Talk. We are going to be discussing many, many issues here today. So call a friend, tell a friend, come in so that you can be informed about how we're going to move our country forward. We have a big day coming up, October 10th. It's the day that we are going to decide the next leader of our country. And we want you to be informed in terms of how you make decisions that will impact your life, how you get a job, how you're going to go to the hospital, whether you're going to get medication when you go there or not, the food for your children, your school fee. Those are all of the things that are on the ballot right now. So today, we're going to be discussing the National Road Fund. Minister Fafon is going to tell us more about that. We started telling you guys a little bit. We teased you a little bit on last year on Saturday. So we're going to go into details about that story. But today I'm saddened to learn about a Liberian 16-year-old young man, Ralph Ural, who lived in Kansas City. It's another state, kind of far away from here. He was shot by an 80-year-old white man in Kansas City. It's causing a lot of Liberians to feel sad. Many Liberians are feeling sad. There's been a protest that erupted in the city, Kansas City, the county of Clay, I believe, where they live. So I want all of us to keep praying that Ralph will continue to develop good health. He will continue to recover speedily from this incident. It's really sad. You know, he missed the wrong address. He was going to pick up his siblings, I understand. And instead of going to Terrace, he went to street, something like that. And, in this country, being a Black person, you go to the wrong white person address, no question asked. They have profiled you already, assuming that we go in there to, cause some kind of danger to them. So he's luckily, from what we hear, that he was able to go home with injuries. But every time somebody shoot you in the head or anything like that. It's not no joke. That's a lot of work to be done. So join me in praying for Raf today. Let his family know that a lot of Liberians are in solidarity with them as they seek, justice for him and as he seeks to recover from this ordeal. So I just wanted to say that. Diamond, let's go to you now so you can tell us what is going on in our country. Never a dull moment in our country. So tell us
Yeah,
what's in our
you
country.
know, the story that you just narrated, I saw that story on the internet, but I didn't get to read quite well that he's of Liberian descent.
Mhm.
Um, but it was quite shocking for what I read that the person could see him through the glass door. Whether he posed a threat or whether the glass door is the one that you don't see clearly, but to shoot multiple times, you know, without being provoked. Others will say he was standing his ground. In other states, they have stand your ground laws. You can stand your ground and all of that. But we wish him speedy recovery.
Yes.
The last I read, he was in critical condition, but we wish him speedy recovery, and we pray that he's able to recover fully. Um, what led to the man shooting him? That is something that only him can tell us why did he do so. Yeah. But let's go to what's happening.
Diamond, yeah, just to add to that, I know we have to go into other topics relating to Liberia. Um, they hire very good lawyer, Crumb. I don't know if you heard of him, but he's the one who represents a lot of social injustice cases in the United States, and he has a good rate of winning. And based on what I read, the 16-year-old kid, I call him a kid. My children, I think my youngest baby is older than him. Had to run. He ran down the neighborhood and with bleeding, and a woman actually had to call the ambulance for him. And she said in her narration that I read, he was bleeding. He talked that he was on a track team. He played a clarinet in his school band. So actually, a really good kid that just made one simple mistake to cause him to be in so
The
much
wrong
pain.
address.
Yeah, yeah, it's unheard of. Just like you said, just because of the what we had it been a 80-year-old black man shooting a 16-year-old white kid, what would America say? Would it not be alarmed as everyone don't seem to be as alarmed as they should be? It's a human being. He's a baby. He's a child. And as a mom, it makes me feel really saddened by this event. So I just wanted to clarify that another neighbor had to help him out.
Mm. Yeah. So in Liberia, the Liberian and Hungarian governments have signed, an MOU, allowing for 100 Liberian students to go to Hungary to acquire higher education from undergraduate to postgraduate levels. It's going to be 100 students for 4 years. So if you do the numbers, that's 400 students. But the question now is whether or not it's going to be, those who will benefit will actually be deserving Liberian scholars, or again it's going to be business as usual, that we'll see people being repaid with scholarship opportunities for political allegiance and stuff like that. But that's good news for Liberians. If you want to further education in Hungary, it's there in Central Europe. You can go there. The process is on how they will do it. What I know of is the Ministry of Education is the line ministry in charge of that. And once you qualify, you go on the Hungarian government scholarship. We wish them all the best. In other news, the leader of the Unity Party, the JMB, has been summoned to court, concerning 21 acres of land.
Really? I read that. I thought that was a joke.
Now
So
it's
that's
real. I have the summons here. I also do
oh
have
wow.
the petitioner's claim. It has got to do with 21 acres of land situated in Cardwell, opposite the Taylor Mayor Junction. This land, presumably, according to what the petitioner prayed the court, was purchased for 8,500 United States dollars in 1994. According to the petitioner, one Mr. Kandakai, when the land was purchased, Ambassador Boyka decided to put his name on the deed, for two of them to be owners of the land, co-owners. And Mr. Kandaka is alleging that he paid for the property alone. And Mr. Boyka has got no claims, to the property. He says since 1994, and the land was probated in 1995 up to 2018, he had prayed Ambassador Boyka to get his name off the deed. Up to now, he still has got his name on the property deed. So he's praying the court to lift the cloud of deed title entitlement according to him. So Ambassador Boyka will be going to court. He will be honoring the summers on the 20th of this month. So that's that of the United Party, standard bearer and this summons concerning 21 acres of land. We are aware that today the NEC released preliminary results from the first phase of the BVR process that affected 6 counties. According to the NEC's report, Bombing County registered 64,395, voters. Bapolu County 50,887. Grand Bassa County 157,712. Margibi County 184,425. Grand Cape Mount County 86,589, and Montserrado County with 891,201. But these numbers, which total to 1,435,209 registrants, might change once they do the deduplication and the adjudication process. For those who might have done double registration and all of those things, this number might just drop according to the NEC. So the preliminary number of registered voters affecting the 6 counties, the total number is 1,435,209. Out of this number, you have 711,410 being females and 723,799 being males. So teachers in Liberia now will have to go through the licensing process according to the MOE. You have to write the test, and if you pass, you'll be given the license based on your grades. And if you are found to be in violation of any of the teaching ethics or guidelines, your license will be revoked according to the MOE. So those are just stories that I thought to share on the show this evening, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah. So I have a few thoughts if I can add, and then Good Day can come in. The first thing is about the Unity Party, Joseph Walker going to court. I did see that on social media. Didn't want to, follow it because I'm like, all kinds of different things are on social media. So we'll see when he goes to court. I'm here to listen to see what happened. But I didn't believe it at first. And Nick, so there's 2 things that came to my mind about that. One is, did anybody do a comparative analysis to the numbers of last year? Did it seem consistent, or did the population, did more people register or less people register? Those are the questions that I have to see how we doing. If there's less people register or more people register, I want to know what contributed to that. So I don't know if anybody got last year's registration number in those counties and they want to just check to see, what their increase or decrease, considering they say our population increased, right? And in some areas and decreased in some areas. I'm curious about like a check and balance system. So it seems like NEC is the final, judge on this number. I need an independent body to say, because they're saying everything's in the air. These numbers could increase based on our final counting. I really need to see, if there anybody else checking the numbers to see if they're going to be, how the changes are going to be, and to compare notes with NEC. And I think that just makes a really great concern report.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. I've been trying to do that since they released their preliminary results. But you get error 404. The information is not available on the NEC website.
That's a problem.
As well.
That's why I can't do any comparison, because
so I've been trying that all day. I'll be getting error 404.
Yeah. Good Day. We can circle up to you now. What's going on from your end? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so just to begin with, the National Elections Commission, basically from the projected number that we have, we can predict that more people are going to turn out to register than the 2017 elections. In 2017, we had about 2 million Liberians who register to vote.
That's true.
And just 6 counties, the preliminary result that we have it at 1.4 million. So
Correct.
the remaining 9 counties, let's say we will get at least 1.5 million.
Correct.
Yeah, so presumably we can say more Liberians will turn out to register for this coming election than the previous presidential election. Looking at just a bulk figure, which is 2 million. I think it was like 2.1 or 2.2 million. Yeah.
Absolutely. And then another interesting analysis to do would be to compare it to the census report
Yeah, the
and
census report again.
how
And
people in those individual counties, how did
and,
they register?
and again, if we're looking at the census report, it shows that Liberians don't really turn out to register. More Liberians don't have interest in elections. And this is not just unique to Liberia. If we go back to Nigeria, that has about 200 million people, less than half of their population registered to vote this time. Yeah, so like
Yes.
Maserati, according to the preliminary census report, we have about 1,900,000, 1,900,000 plus people, and we just got 800,000, right?
Yeah, but we also have to take into consideration the census captured everybody,
Yeah,
and
that is
this
what
is
I'm
only going to
saying.
capture those who are of voting age. So
Yes,
you can
that
look
is
at
what
the
I'm saying.
difference there as well. Dr. Richardson, just to chime in a bit, so I'm reading this news. So Ralph has been sent home, according to what you said. Yeah, he's been sent home after successful surgeries. So it's good to know that he's been sent home. It's a good thing.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, yeah. And I think yes, we're going to look at the voting population, versus the population of who's in the country. I think it's just, and to me, I have an independent body to just check and balance. I want to feel, safe with my numbers and with my reports. If I had somebody else to double check, me, to make sure that, especially for such an important task, this is elections
Yeah.
here, and so
So
you
what
guys,
we
Mhm.
will we
Go
will
ahead.
con- yeah, we
Go-
will continue to
you
get
have
it,
some-
but
you have something else to say? Go ahead.
yeah, on their page they keep saying that 404, but
Yeah.
after my intro, I will get it. I know how to go and get it. And to go to political parties now,
Hmm.
over the weekend, Chairman Benedict dethroned um, Senator Yumble Kanga Lawrence by writing all of the international institutions in Liberia, including embassies in and near Monrovia, informing them that the senator is no longer part of the Liberty Party and they should stop doing business with her. And his reference or reliance was the recent Supreme Court ruling, where he said, based on that, and Senator Yombly, according to him, was also expelled in March of 2022. And all those who were also suspended for not paying dues are still serving their suspension, and that include but not limited to Senator Dillon. Yeah. So basically, as per the communication we got, Senator Yumble Kanga Lawrence may sorrowfully enter the 2023 presidential and legislative elections as a free agent. Remember, she wants to be a vice presidential running mate to one of the candidates who is presumably the favorite. Yeah, if you look here, she may want to go there. Give me our thought. She may
He
want.
also mentioned the fact that
Yeah,
the
bring
senator
on who you
position
want to be
Yeah,
expires
on.
then
in
you
some
can't
way.
wait. Tell me say don't talk.
Okay, let me just to
I'm
buttress what
feeling
you say.
you. I'm feeling.
No, but I think you made some mistake there.
About I'm feeling there. I made mistake.
Oh yeah, you're making mistake. I want you to get deep inside where we can reverse it.
Yeah, what a mistake.
The dethrone part, she was not dethroned. This thing, look,
The lady was Woody Kanka and other members of the LP were suspended and removed a couple of years ago.
But no,
that was too strong.
Too strong.
Although she was ostracized.
To remove
passed away.
Yeah.
Anyway, and then it went to the Supreme Court stating that Benedict was not legitimate, and the paperwork that was filed in at NEC was not legit, and the Supreme Court have ruled everything. So they reverted back to the same thing, but to the same status that she's still suspended.
Okay, so maybe you read a communication, but you did not read. I think the last paragraph in there. It also says that she's expelled. I think the second or the third paragraph there, they said she's expelled from the party, and she got expelled. Saying, "Come on, don't be behind me, Joey. Come on."
James also add the part that in his communication, Mr. Phillips said the Senate bearer position expired in October of 2022.
Wait. Dama Slanger. Dama Slanger. He's not correct. James is not correct. We got to correct James. I will not sit here saying that James do this. All right?
Mm-hmm.
The document didn't say they expel Youngbley from her party.
That's true.
It's saying her position.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, James, set it straight. Position. Bring it up. And James, I beg you. They said she's expelled from her party position, not from the party itself. The position as political leader. Okay, I don't want to be on the show today, but don't do that. And I'm gonna find that thing because I cannot trust James no more. We need to find that thing and flag it because James is in error. I'll say you correct. He's in error. They say party position, which is the political leader. But now, folks, we have to understand this. The ruling that was given by the Supreme Court, is that ruling now the final ruling that gave Musa Bedete the authority? Or have you read the ruling? We got it up there. Let's go to the last two paragraph of the ruling, and you can make your case. I got to go. But we got to do this. No. You cannot say the case closed. You cannot say the case closed. There is no reason why we should sit here and say that particular case closed.
What's there to be adjudicated? What's there?
Why they went to the Supreme Court?
They went to the Supreme Court for two things. One of the people, whether NEC has the authority to delegitimize, to tell whether a document is legit or not. The Supreme Court said NEC do not have that authority. The first one, whether Musa Bedete filed the proper paperwork at the Election Commission. And the Supreme Court agreed.
I don't want to be on the show. I'm working, but you got to help us correctly.
But
the decision, James, I'm not talking to you again for the next 3 days. I'll say the decision. Listen, Damo, I thought I was going to rely on you, but Damo, you are not doing fair on the show tonight.
What
did I do?
Look at this, Damo. Look at this. The last two paragraphs of the ruling. Dr. Richard saying, what is the document saying here? The conclusion. Did I say Musa Bedete win anything? Somebody got to help us.
I really want to sit down and read the document.
So you have not read it?
All right. This is where it is. If the two reasons for which they went to court has been struck down or denied, then I mean they reverted back to the same previous ruling. That means Musa Bedete filed the proper paperwork and the document.
I beg you, Hassan Fadika. Musa is my brother, Musa is my friend. I like this guy. But can you read the first and second, the last two paragraphs, considering all, and the one I said, wherefore, can you read it for the Liberian? Because if I'm going to come on the show tonight when I be easy, I got to go. But can you read this, Hassan?
Let me hold on. Let me put it off on it.
Put your glasses on. It's important.
Let me put it off for this. Hold on. Let me look at it here because
It says considering. I'm going to read it, but I really want to digest this information. This is too much going on right now.
I will bring you other information to share. Like, so just read up.
And
Dr. Richardson, read it because you can see that.
Considering all that has been said, and also reinstating that this court is not under obligation to pass on all issues raised by the parties. We hold that the NEC lacks the power and authority to investigate their complaint, which partakes of issues or inference of fraud relating to tampering, doctoring, and or altering legal instruments, or make declarations regarding its illegality, as in this case. The LP's constitution. We further hold that the Board of Commissioners of the NEC decision in this case being final rejudicate will certainly lie. Wherefore, and in view...
No, Dr. Richardson, you can do that to the people one by one, step by step, line by line. Don't go to the last one yet.
All right.
Let's see with this one. Fadika. They get a medicine in commercial in America, they call it Fasica. So I'll be calling Fasica now. Because something is happening. They're saying, considering all that has been said, and also restating that this court is not under obligation to pass on all issues raised by the parties. I want you to understand, Fadika.
NEC lacks the power and authority.
Fadika, but you hold on now. And we'll do it one at a time. I got to go there. I'll show you. We'll continue it. They're saying that this court is not under obligation to pass on all issues raised by the parties. We hold that the NEC lacks the power and authority to investigate the complaint which partakes of issue. Amen.
So NEC got no authority. NEC got no authority.
But then the last line that says NEC has no authority, though, then listen to what they say. We further hold that the Board of Commissioners of the NEC decision in this case being final. How can you contradict?
No.
How can you contradict? But you know what, though? You know what? I will say this to you. I know y'all wait for the other people that will come, but my own, I would not say that here that they speaking here that good day from the one that we've been praising. He has turned to be very disappointing tonight. To say this.
But you did not get my point.
No, this is what happening. Can I say something? This is what happening. This is what is happening. You see, lingo language, they try to use third person versus the real thing. So what they are saying is that I've been to court several times, and I know when you go to the court in front of the judge, you can say, oh, the person lied, the other person, the judge is interested in the facts. So what it's saying is that all other things are right in the case that you're talking that you got nothing to do with it, without something. The two things are before us here that one, the mutuality file the proper paperwork.
Yes.
Does the NEC have the right to say, oh, the paper here are good or a fraud or something? The NEC they do not have it. So that means whatever paperwork, ability file is legit, and they should go back to that ruling. So that means mutuality file the proper paperwork. That's one.
Are they sending them back to the NEC?
They sending them back. That means everything that was done before.
So hold on, man. The fast talking, I cannot help you by. They're doing one at a time. Chair. Right. Are they sending them? Both parties, Yombli Party and Musa Party, are they sending them back to NEC?
No.
Oh, why you say no again?
Hold on now. What they are doing is that they're telling Yonwili Kanga that whatever case you brought here, you need to go back to NEC because it doesn't hold water. That means Musa Belete filed the proper paperwork.
Good now. Hold on. Liberian people are listening though. And you said the Supreme Court telling Yongri, you say you can call her Yongri. We call her Yombli, but you call her Yongri. Yeah. So and you saying that the Supreme Court telling Yongri to go back to NEC, right? Why are they sending her back to NEC? What was her complaint to NEC?
No, not a complaint.
No. I'm asking you, what was Yongri complaint to NEC?
Her complaint was Musa Belete doctored the document. That means they were fraudulent documents that were filed at NEC. NEC said, oh, so the Supreme Court is telling NEC that now your business to decide whether a document was fraudulent or not. It's not your business. So that means whatever document was filed, Musa Belete got legal right to file it, it's legit. That one. So that count was already struck down. The second one, whether I think what the second one, the letter in there. Can you put the letter out?
No, we're not putting no. You will call the second one today. We're not putting the letter out. We're not putting the letter out.
You will confuse me. You're not confused here.
Because you're not accurate.
Let me help you. Let me
Belete is our friend. We understand that. But let's just be fair, though. We are lacking something.
What?
And then people need to, not somebody not calling sister.
All right, I got it. They say, all right, whether or not the submission of the amended Liberty Party constitution to NEC was done properly. Now, the first one. The second one is whether or not NEC has the authority to validate or invalidate LP constitution. The Supreme Court agreed that Musa Belete legally did the submission of what he did what he submitted to NEC was done properly. Mm-hmm. We didn't want to say, we're not done. With the inside, say, it was done properly. Then the king said, oh, it was fraudulent, it was temporal with the same finger in Tony. Then the NEC wanted to speak on it. The Supreme Court said you got no right. You cannot validate or invalidate any document. The document that was sent there is authentic. Yes. So what does that mean? You get case?
They send them back
to
set the record.
That's set the record straight.
Yes, that's what a certiorari is.
That's what it is. But it's a legal chain and the way they say you kind of get confused. But you never do
it. Record back to set the record straight. That's all.
So when they talk about all the other things, people go to court and start talking unrelated things. The court in here, the court listen to two cases that was carried there by them. The Musa Belete filed the proper paperwork. Mm-hmm. Does the NEC have the right to validate or invalidate document? No. Mm-hmm. So he listened to Dylan. Good day. I don't know what I would turn that thing into a video. He listened to Dylan the morning on OKFM. They got confused. Look, we all for opposition unity. In the last 24 hours, we have never heard anybody talk about the bad governance. We have never heard anybody talk about anything that goes on in the country besides the two people that's supposed to be fighting to solve it, fighting each other. So they need to get the act together and get this thing on board. I know we'll start the story. I won't start going there.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you guys.
Go ahead, yeah.
Like you guys, go ahead, good day. You're interrupted.
They don't want confused or he you were confused or we're not happy. That number that you want to on your side, you will not tell her for Liberty Party. She will have to move from within Liberty Party. We're not giving her to you like that. So let's keep this.
I actually want to make sure that I can, kind of really read the document and analyze before I make my thoughts on it. But at this time, I think I want to adopt the same approach that Musa had. He had a somber approach. This is a party. There's a lot of healing that need to occur in the party. I don't want to say anything that will sort of, cause more harm to bringing peace into the party. But I think we need to definitely just tell you the facts of the send a case back to NEC for them to just get the record in order, and we're just going to be telling you the facts about that. So go ahead, Kude, finish up what you're saying.
All right. Yeah, like I was saying, right? Senator Yumble Kanga Lawrence detrument started right after
here.
Right after Azango went to court, and they left in this. They rigged my role until they suspended her from the party. And after her suspension, they went to several hearings at the National Elections Commission, the court here and there. And Belete's target has always been to push Senator Yumble and her team to show that, yes, the law is the law and the law is on his side. So I basically said he got rid of her. Let me say that now. Maybe that's what you want me to say. He got rid of her from the party, meaning she's going to be fighting for her vice presidential ambition without.
You didn't get rid of her from the party.
I mean, from her
role.
Yeah,
She's
also suspended from the party. Meaning, currently she's not in the party. Currently, she's not in the party. Currently, she's not part of the party. So she's currently out of the party. She, Senator Dillon and others, they are currently out of Liberty Party. Until they bring them in, they are out of the party. They are suspended. But for her, she got expelled from her position in October of last year. According to their constitution, her tenure also expired. So meaning she got rid of they got rid of her from her position, and she left on that until her tenure got expired, and they threw her out of the party on suspension until they bring her back. She's out. You can tell me any kind of way, you can use subjective function or whatever you use it. She's out of the party until she's brought back to the party. So
Dama, I can't believe you, Dama. Seriously. You're gonna sit there with all the information and you're gonna let James do that?
When that James
let's get this whole NEC thing straight.
No, listen. I got a lawyer, Dama. Hold on 1 minute.
Because I also got a summary from a lawyer. So that was why I was waiting for you guys to get done for me to
let Councilor Jerome Verdier go ahead. Councilor hold on 1 minute. Councilor, can you reduce the volume of your receiver, please? We are getting a feedback, please.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I asked Councilor Jerome, based on this letter, I don't know today in Poland whether James Goody just graduated from a lawyer or legal school, and this man about this thing, I don't know. Councilor Jerome Verdier, we want to say thank you very much. Can you please interpret the last two paragraphs? For folks to understand, do we have any winner in this judgment?
Well, what I would say, I'm looking at the two paragraphs, and the one before the last paragraph is saying that the court has reviewed everything that has happened, and they will not waste their time to answer all of the questions that were raised.
Mm-hmm.
And they are saying that the NEC went into deciding some matters that were out of their jurisdiction that a real court of competent jurisdiction should have decided. Then in the last paragraph, they say, however, they use the term res judicata. Res judicata means the matter is settled. There's no need to go back to court about it.
There we go.
So they are taking this matter from the NEC because they didn't have the authority in the first place to go over it. And so the parties need to go back, and NEC will send them to the appropriate court. Criminal court.
Councilor Jerome. Councilor, I beg you now. Are we looking at contradiction in these two paragraphs?
No.
There's no contradiction.
It's over.
But you hold on now, and we'll get somebody that went to legal school.
There is no contradiction, but I'm not saying the full document, but certain things may not be very, very clear.
I'm going to say the full ruling, though we do not have the judgment sound sheet. The judgment sheet, up to now, almost a week, we have not received it yet. So we don't know why they have not sent us the judgment sheet. But I was saying the full ruling because I have it. I want to understand this. So before Al Hussein come in, let me understand this. They are sending them back to NEC for NEC to send them to the proper court. Is that what you are saying?
No.
Yes.
You said no, the lawyer said yes.
What is the proper court?
What is the proper court?
It's going to be a criminal court because the main issue came from falsifying documents.
Good.
There you go. So is this wahala over?
No, it's not over. It's just beginning. They're going back to square one.
Guys, it's not over.
In the first place.
See, we agree that it's not over, but until the court of competent jurisdiction can rule in this matter, Musa ability has been given the authority.
The first thing that took them to the complaint before the NEC is what they are going to decide. So the NEC is going to wash their hands off it and tell them to go to the proper court. If the NEC doesn't know which court to go to, the parties who took the complaint will decide which court to go to. But it's a criminal code. It's either criminal code A, B, or criminal code C.
So the fact also the guy's going to come in to ask you the owner question. Let me ask my last question. Diamond Institute say it's not over, but that NEC can transfer it into the competent court of jurisdiction then. But my question, DeLon is making this argument. Mozzarella Senator Darius DeLon. He is saying, but my man, JJ Biggie will leave this show for 1 month. If you continue to do this, DeLon is making this argument, right, Councillor? He is saying that we have rights and we can go to the court, to another court to plead this case and they will accept us. So the thing about Musa saying now he owns the party, that Fadiga is celebrating, that Richardson is celebrating, Musa ability is said, no, it's not over. The race has just started. Am I correct?
No.
It has just started. The Supreme Court ruling doesn't bring finality to anything.
Let me ask your question. That's how it was.
Councillor Verdier, there were 2 counts before the Supreme Court. The first one was whether NEC had jurisdiction over validating or invalidating document, and the second one whether Musa ability filed the proper paperwork. And the first one was more important, whether he filed the paperwork. If he did file the proper paperwork, and the NEC doesn't have do not have any jurisdiction to validate or invalidate any document, going to court is one thing, but how possible? What are the likelihood that they will succeed or get any kind of favorable ruling after the Supreme Court have already made this decision?
Listen, I beg you, Councillor. Councillor, I beg you, right? I'm going to call Musa, who is willing to talk. I'm going to call DeLon, who is willing to talk. Because you guys, what you guys doing? You just said, Fadika, you just said, no, it's not over. Now you asking the councillor, okay, we agree over. Who can remember? Please go ahead, man. I like Councillor Jerome. Go ahead, Jerome.
So is it possible?
Yeah, where it is now, the matter has not been brought to finality. And so because of that, they are back to square one.
But you as a lawyer,
status quo ante. And the Supreme Court has not passed on any of the major issues that they wanted to. So they passed on the main issue of jurisdiction, which in effect is saying that Mr. NEC, you shouldn't have gone this far. So just leave this matter, let people decide what they need to do. So the clerk is going to write NEC and tell NEC that the Supreme Court says this matter should go to the proper court to handle the issues that you attempted to handle in the past. That's what's going to happen. And the parties will choose whether who will be first to go to the court or who will be second to go to the court, but the NEC is going to wash her hands off it until they get a decision from the court. NEC will have no way to interfere in their current matter that is in dispute.
The voice of Councillor Jerome Verdier. Dr. Richardson, you got a question? Before I'm not even looking at James today. Dr. Richardson, you got a question?
No, I was just wanting to hear Donald Slanka say he had another opinion from another lawyer. I wanted to hear what he had to say.
We get lawyer on the show talking to us. Then we're going to Diamond Slanger.
Yeah.
Agent number 5 at Diamond Slanger.
Respect Councillor Verdier's view.
Agent number 5. This other lawyer in his opinion said, mind you, the Supreme Court has said on only 2 ways you can validate a document, or you can say a document is fraudulent. Is either by a court of competent jurisdiction that you take the document to and say yes, this document was altered or not, or by amendments. You know, so as Councillor Verdier said, the NEC cannot determine whether or not this document was amended or it was fraudulently, filed. Only a court of competent jurisdiction can say that. Correct. So if they go back, as the rate of centrality has been, if they go back, that is to get you well informed the lower court should make all the records known and everything. So if they go back to that case, this case is far from over, as you said, CEO. But the issue is, did Musa Belete file the document using the LP procedures? Yes, he did.
Yes.
Until a court can come out and say the document was fraudulent, Musa Belete still maintains his position as was given to him by the Constitution of the LP in 2021. Also.
Exactly.
But then, Dama, let's just go back now. The argument has started all over the game. We all know the best song. Why people I used to enjoy it. Starting all over again. It's gonna be rough. They're starting all over again. It's not finished yet. But I don't want folks to come here and say it's over. Let's allow the councillor to finish up, because I got to call Musa Belete. And after Musa Belete, I will call DeLong. I will push the senator. He must speak. Honorable Fagon, you got anything to say? But I'm not even looking at James. I got to go.
Let me out.
Fagon, you got anything to say? Fagon, you're muted.
Thank God he muted. I don't want to mute him.
Thank you, CEO, and let me extend my greetings to the lovely Miss Dr. Francine Chinawit Richardson.
Thank you.
My sister-in-law, my brother is an army officer.
You better start talking.
Yeah, my friend and brother, UJ Fadiga, who supposedly is supposed to be a Baza man, but he don't know the difference between Yombli and Yonguli. So we continue going. And my two friends, Diamond and Good Day, because right now, Brian, I said there's no friendship between us. We'll never be friendless again.
No, that's wrong, Baron, my man.
That's wrong, Baron. I told you in the chat room, not Baron. That guy
is what I don't like about y'all. Y'all leave my case.
No.
You say a case in the Supreme Court, so you can send it back to
the Supreme Court.
But you got Councilor Verdier on. You want to go? Do you have a question for him?
No, before I say something, let me be very clear. We have not seen the ruling with the signature page,
the judgment page
to it. But the same ruling that Belete used to write his letter to AU, Ahmad, Johnson, Gweglo, all the people he put a name in there, MRU, OAU, all those people. The same document that he used. As an educated person, I'm throwing the challenge out there to all of you here. Belete lied to us. Belete lied to us. If you go back to Belete's letter, he said, considering the ruling. But when you look at the ruling, it's right here. I don't want to waste my time ruling it. All of you on the panel now have agreed that we're going back to square one for a lower court to make
but let him make finish now. And the make it all right.
No, but he
you see, I didn't know that all three of you were against Fagon. Let him finish.
Information properly. That's all.
We still got the councillor on the phone, Fagon, please.
No, let me finish quickly. This is very important because when I came here, I said the case before that I was taken to the Supreme Court is as to whether NEC had ruled. Nobody then said NEC never heard the case. They said NEC never even ruled. But then when they said NEC not ruled. Now, from the ruling here clearly states that, hey, NEC, you don't even have jurisdiction over the kind of case. So don't even attempt. So as far as I'm concerned, and anybody should be concerned here, if they say you get jurisdiction over the case, in any case of a criminal thing, whatever fingering, you can call it this and that, it must be heard by a lower court. That is where we are going now.
Usually, any case, whatever case that was until you really can go by the court and file those cases, there isn't any case. The two matters before the Supreme Court have been ruled.
But so do you have a question for the councillor? The councillor got to go. Do you have a question for the councillor?
We read it right here. And so I will ask the councillor in clear terms, because we don't need to waste our time running around. Councillor Verdi, is the case over or not?
Say two last things. One, on the question of jurisdiction. Okay, the court mentioned jurisdiction. Under the law, if you do not have jurisdiction, anything you see or do is null and void once you don't have jurisdiction. And then two, I heard Diamond Slanger mentioning the word certiorari. Under the law, certiorari means to review a temporary decision. And I think it is on that basis they even went to the Supreme Court. So it means that there was no final decision from even the NEC or the whole process from the hearing officer before it went to the Supreme Court. Somebody was in doubt about what was going on there, and it went on certiorari so the court can review what is going on either in the hearing officer's office or before the full bench. So it just tells you there's no final determination. The matter is going back to where it started from, and the Supreme Court is giving further clarity and say, look, Mr. NEC or Madam NEC, you have no jurisdiction even going this far. So forget it. The party that is complaining, let the party go to the right court and let both of them there go and decide that matter before they can come back to you. Then you have a responsibility. Otherwise, everything is in fluid. It's back to status quo.
Thank you very much, Councillor Joe. We appreciate your time. We will be going back to the show. I know, no, you cannot. I know this guy want to create problems. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So that means it will revert back to the status quo. So that means whatever ability file, whatever it is that was originally decided is what is now the law. Until Nyonwiri and whoever feel aggrieved can go back to court. Is that what you are saying?
What I'm saying here, I don't know if I heard you completely, Fadiga.
So what I'm saying is that whatever happened, Musa filed this paperwork, whatever it is that Musa and the rest of the other Liberty Party folks wanted is what going to remain the law until whoever feel aggrieved can go back to court to counter it. Is that what we're saying?
It depends on what the complaint was. It depends on what the complaint was. If Musa was complaining about something, it is that thing that is going to be reviewed.
It was
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. We'll call you back. We have to go ahead, Fagon. Fagon, go ahead. Unmute yourself, Fagon. Hold on, Councillor. Fagon, get the last question for you.
Okay.
Jay, I'm not even seeing your finger.
No, I want Councillor Verda to comment on this as he's hearing it. Here is what Bilete presented to the whole world and gave us. The second to the last, it says, considering all that has been said, and also restating that the court is not under obligation to pass on all issues raised by the parties. We hold that the NEC lacks the power and the authority to investigate the complaint. That means there was a complaint, which partakes of issues of inference of fraud relating to tampering, doctoring, and or altering legal instruments, or make declarations regarding its legality, as in the case LP's constitution. So that means it is clear that NEC has no jurisdiction, as in the case when it comes to altering, fraud, all that thing.
Yes.
It means
precisely.
Since that is the case, that is the case, they said in the last sentence, we further hold that the Board of Commissioners of NEC decision, in this case being final, rest judicata will certainly lie.
No. Fagon, call that one again. Fagon, call that one. Judicata. Call it again.
Fagon get real.
You know? Yeah. Judicata. Yeah.
That emotion I can go here, I can enjoy.
Yeah, so I'm saying to you, they said on the end, we further hold that the Board of Commissioners of NEC decision. So the question then becomes, what was the Board of Commissioners NEC decision?
Decided with Musa Bilete.
CEO, please allow me to ask just
one minute
question.
Go ahead. That's the question I wanted to ask Councillor Verdier.
Okay, Councillor Verdier.
Now your time will come. Wait.
Yes, sir.
The Liberty Party said that NEC did not rule in the case. When they went to the Supreme Court, that was the complaint that NEC did not rule. The NEC lawyer, who is Councillor Michael Wilkins Wright, said that they issued an administrative letter, but there was no hearing. Am I lying, former CEO? There was no hearing. Therefore, they did not do a hearing and they did not rule in anything. That was the case before the Supreme Court. So in this thing now, the reason why we can't see the signature letter,
the judgment sheet,
is because they say, how do people put here that the Board of Commissioner NEC decision? What was NEC decision?
So go ahead, take us some good day. Ask your question because I gotta go.
All right, thank you. Councilor Freda, good evening again.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in law there is something called material presumption. This material presumption has to do material presumption.
Couldn't go laws again.
Don't bring Lala yet.
Fago, you don't know it, just pass.
Wait. Let's hear the lawyer been lawyer for law. Do you know what they call material?
Okay, let me interpret what is material presumption.
Well, no, James, no, we were asked. No, James. Let's ask Councilor Brother whether you know anything about material presumption. Sorry, Councilor.
I know nothing about that.
Okay, then let me explain the Councilor. Yeah, I learning law on different level. So, Councilor Brother, when I talk about material presumption, that has to do with the preliminary condition that something needs to be proven. That you need to prove something.
My man, ask the question here, man.
Yeah. So my point is, if this material presumption it is not provided, how can we say that Benedict is not the chairman when the other party who is saying that Benedict is not provided illegal document? It should not be there, and they have never been able to prove this. They have never been able to prove this, that Benedict did what they are saying. So how can they now go ahead and say Benedict is not there? Because the central point here is Benedict filed an illegal document or he fingered the document, quote unquote, our Liberian way. But they have never been able to provide this fact to the court to prove it that Benedict did this. So how can we now say Benedict is not the chairman at this moment?
But you are going beyond the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, you're still talking?
No, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Today you are going beyond the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court told you say not all the questions or issues they have to decide on. Some of them are irrelevant. Some of them will be decided when the key issue that is being sent to the court is decided. Some of them are hanging issues that they cannot decide.
Correct.
So the parties will have to resolve it at a lower court.
Yes.
Then before it goes back to that decision goes to the to the NEC. Then when the NEC act on it, the Supreme Court can come back in. So so everything is like in flux for now because I haven't read the whole thing. I don't know all the issues, but I know the matter when, like Slanger said, you mentioned the word certiorari. So somebody was not happy with what was going on and they went to the court and the court is saying, but you're wasting your time, you're wasting everybody's time. Next, you shouldn't even bother going to this thing. And ladies and gentlemen, the two of you take this thing back to another court. And we send the instruction through the clerk to tell NEC that they shouldn't have wasted time going through this and let this matter go to the court. And I think that's a key issue that will decide the whole Liberty Party issue. And so the court has to come up with it, and then the higher court will be able to say something, and then NEC will be able to say something. Otherwise, all the other issues are not important for the court to decide. So we cannot put anything. So from what I see, saying it's a party in conflict, then I don't see a winner here. They need to have their issues properly addressed before the proper court.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We appreciate your time. We understand that you only get material presumption from Lofa.
You see,
thank you very much, Councillor.
You see how people get say something that they don't know anything about it. Entire people don't know what to call material presumption.
But there is nothing called material presumption.
I've been searching all over the internet. I haven't seen material presumption.
Okay, let me show you. I come and see you. Oh,
no. We're not talking about you. No. Let me get the people that show back.
Yeah,
I know that Musa Belete want to call in. Dr. Rich is saying, and those two probably going to be calling in. Whereas are gone. Want to say you have a
they
wonderful
call you
show.
Going, you know that some of that thing that rest to
They don't know it.
That rest judicator. You know what it means?
No, Fago.
A matter that has been adjudicated by a competent court and may not be pursued further by the same parties. You see that the act?
Musa Belete, finish.
Let me say this here. Let me say my piece, Leo. I understand that there's a problem here, folks.
Yeah.
Before I leave, it's a big wahala. Liberty Party issue is not yet resolved. Okay, but will it be resolved this 2023 election? No, I don't think so. This thing going to go past 2023 election? I believe so. Can one say that the executive committee and Musa Belete as chairman have taken over the party? Yes, they have. They have taken over the party.
Yeah.
But every decision made by the executive committee and Musa Belete will be challenged in court.
On what ground?
At the end of the day, I would just...
What will be the basis for the challenge?
At the end of the... I just closing the goal. They're not telling me say it's after 5. At the end of the day, I just hope that the DeLon, the Yombly, the Musa Belete, and all the good people in Liberty Party can come together to resolve the issue. But you know, the other sticking point I want to say here is that as much as Musa Belete is supporting Alexander Cummings, ANC, and CPP, it will be hard to resolve because the Yombly and Dero, then they're also supporting Jose Yima Bwaka and CPP. So there will be no common ground right now. There will be no one common ground. Till the election is done and over, then they'll go back to status quo ante. So folks in Liberia, people that listen to the show, just understand that this thing will continue till after October 10th. Now, I heard Dama say Joseph Bwaka is going to court because of land dispute. Joseph Bwaka lawyer will represent him in court. There are issues about that land dispute. I can say to everyone here because it's an old story. Joseph Bwaka addressed that issue before. It's just politics that is coming up now. So you are right. You are right, Diamond, but his legal representative will handle it. It's nothing touching him as JMB. If you follow Joseph Bwaka's track record, he addressed that issue and that issue was resolved. It was resolved. I'm sorry to some of you that have not, you guys, you remember it, but it was resolved. So whosoever, but whosoever speaking about this thing, I know that issue from day one. I know it. And our whole land base said, listen, one day JMB said, you know what? You want to take it, take my name off. I don't care. But again, the legal people will handle it. Let's come to the third thing. I think I sent a picture to James about a young man that got shot in America. I mean, the picture is supposed to be up. It'll go to material presumption. Do you
so
have
you
it?
feeling with the new Liberty Party leader and the old Liberty Party leader?
No. I'm going to leave. Y'all continue with that Liberty Party thing. Yeah, I got to leave.
There are two Liberty Party now, NLP and OLP.
If I go. But on another thing I think you guys need to address also is that JMB visited Buchanan, and I can't believe that I heard that he went to 8 different churches. He met Yombly Kanga Lawrence. He met, the young man, if you have not seen, it's on the internet. Go ahead, James, that got shot. I heard on the news, somebody please correct me, he's recuperating. He's coming back. If you guys watching your CNN, it was all on the news today. He's recuperating, and thank God that he's bouncing back. You know, the law will be the law, and this case will be fine. And I believe that he have good legal representative. He made a mistake. He went to the wrong. No, we said it already, Fagon.
Okay.
He went to the wrong address, and and he got shot. Thank you, James. But let me end on this. Real quick. JMB went to Buchanan on Sunday. He met Yombly father, Ome Kanga. I want you that. I want to be the fagon. Hear me and hear me well.
Hear me well.
JMB went to Buchanan. He met Omekanga, Youngly father. One-on-one. He ate with Omekanga.
He scored
with Omekanga.
Abakanga.
Yeah.
My man, don't Omekanga, man. You calling people Nyonwulia, you got to
he ate with Omekanga.
Oh man, I know the man.
He joined with Omekanga. He sat with him. They talk. For 50 plus years, they've been friends. So they talk.
I can say, why not the two people that are friends?
Yeah. But imagine, Leo, if you go to Grand Bassa and say, I'm only going to meet my dear friend, Omekanga, what I tell you? I'll leave it with you guys to decide. And after he met with Omekanga, he met one-on-one with Youngly. He did. We can announce it. He met one-on-one with Youngly.
Is he going to make a trip down to Onima too?
No, Delon wasn't around. One-on-one, he met with Youngly. One-on-one.
So what that's supposed to mean? That means
he met one-on-one with Youngly.
They were together be Canada.
Then from there, he went to the churches. The man went to the churches. The man went to 8 different churches.
Oh, they're not far from each other.
But all the guy gave me a chance to finish talking about. I'm trying to get my closing argument by baking your baba. No, yeah, man, I tried to talk and get my closing argument, but let go argue with me. Finish. But I can say this though. If JMB next trip, he on his way to Nimba. That's a trip that will be so interesting. I can say this.
I'm waiting for that trip.
I can say this. Something is happening in Liberia. Something is happening. But we wish you guys luck and we wish you guys a wonderful program.
Amen.
Y'all have a good day.
Who gave you the authority to announce that he's going to Nimba? The tree is in Magidi.
My man, y'all have a good bye.
Go Nima or go anywhere. The thing that we're happy. It's far more for now, we're happy.
Okay.
And then I will say you shouldn't boss with your boss.
The old man, 93 years old, I believe, and still somebody saying Abakanga or cook. 93-year-old man.
But the thing 93-year-old man can be cook.
Gentlemen, it is 5:08. Let's
our culture.
Get back to the show. There's a couple of things that have been discussed here. I'm going to give you an opportunity to just give your views about it. The first thing is the court.
I want to leave. I just wanted to say something.
Yes, yeah, the court decision. And if in the event that ability or didn't call, I would definitely put it through. But I think my position on that, and I'll ask you guys to just take a minute to reflect on that, is that Billy had called for a moment of reflection, a moment of healing for his party, a moment of understanding, and I think that's kind of where I stand with what he said. From what I heard from Councilor Fredia, I'm sorry, that until they get back to another court system that can actually determine forensic issues in our country, which I highly doubt, about altering paper. Mr. Cummings had to go and get someone from England to clear his name. So until we do that, things are what they are. It remains that Ability seems to be in charge of the party. And of course, I think I agree with Stanton that every decision that is being made thereafter will perhaps be pending. I would say the word pending until further notice. So I'm going to start with Al Hussein. Let Al Hussein give his thoughts. And then, I'm sorry, good day.
I just wanted to say something before
I want to say something, and then go to Al Hussein, and then we'll go to Paco, and then we'll go to Johnson. Thank you, guys.
Okay. I quote a word here that even the councillor is surprising to the councillor, right? If you do political science,
I don't know where you coming. I thought I was
no, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Our topic
hello, Chief. Let me finish. Let me just conclude. We have people here. If you don't clarify, at times people will say you did not do it. So since it happened, we can do it here. If you read the norm from the linguistic point of view in political science, they're going to name four presumptions The 4 presumptions, they're going to tell, I will name them for you one after another. You have the legal presumption, presumption. Are you taking me out? Fagon? Hey, no, I wanted to just.
But Kute, honestly, it's
no, people say I was wrong. I just wanted to provide a clarity.
Okay.
It's falling on your leg and you do falling in.
No,
it's okay.
Say somebody provided something,
but
so
it's
they can go
okay.
and read on it.
It's
At least
okay.
they learn something tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
you learn something. Material presumption is what we learned today. Many people will go and be following up on.
Yeah, you can also talk about factual and so forth.
Thank you very much. Thanks. So Hussein Fadiga, do you want to?
Fadiga can't wait. The way again, you'll become maybe vice president.
No, I got a problem with her. We just gotta get it right. The thing, I think, like I said, Councilor Vardia, he may be a lawyer, but he is a lawyer, but I don't think people are understanding the case. This case was placed before the NEC lawyers representing Nyawuri faction of the Liberty Party filed a complaint, and in the complaint, Musa Belete had the liquor right. I think we went over those things. Yeah. And NEC told them the same thing. The reason why they say is final, you guys need to go back to February 26, I think somewhere around February of 2022, when they filed that paper. I have to document it, just as a whole long term. I couldn't go over it. But the national, the board of commissioners rejected whatever complaint that was filed by Nyawuri Kanga, stating that the document was fraudulent and this other something. So they filed. So they went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, using this res judica, and I was just looking at the meaning, that means the matter has already been judged. So that means whatever, I don't have to be a lawyer. This is English. We all can read it. We all have received legal document. The Supreme Court is sitting saying that whatever NEC said, ruling NEC made the last time, is the final ruling, and there's nothing there to judge again. So I don't know what the case is that people will have to go. Yeah, it's one thing to pay your money in the court. You got all right to go to court. But will you win? Is there anything that was something the Supreme Court did not only give a ruling, but it says that this thing is settled. Whatever NEC rule is that is the law. And when you listen to Delo, you could see that frustration. You could see that air have been deflated for his balloon. So they can't really know. Like, I think it's just they are just rebel rising now. And one of the worst thing about this thing is that both sides have chosen side. So Musa Belete faction have committed themselves to the CPP. We have the Nyawuri and the Dillon faction have committed to Omen Boyka. And in order to remain relevant, even though they are not the legitimate or something, I hate and before I go there, I just hate the notion that Liberty Party is a bastard party. You know, I just hate that whole thing, the whole something that Liberty. The people will vote for whoever. The party is an institution. Councilor Board Bronsky built that institution. He brought people like Ability and all those people there. It was not Nyawuri or anybody else that brought Ability to that party. He started the party when he was there. Even his daughter support that side of the party. So for people to be rebel rising, I think the best thing that these guys can do right now is to come back home, since Ability has said that he is willing to bring the party together, and let them sit down. But to rebel rise and think that they can take one other element to be argued for. And the only reason I think people will be doing it is that to remain relevant. To feel it. You see that we got a base, we got people behind us, or you can still take us seriously. That's all. But other than that, they got nothing else to work on. They have lost.
Thank you, Fadiga. Thank you. Minister Fagan?
Well, I like the fact that Fadiga said, I read the definition of res judica or judicata, whatever way they want to call it. Judicata, res judicata, which means NEC ruling is final. What Fadiga did not read was the part that says that NEC has no jurisdiction in cases regarding fraud, blah, blah, blah. If you got no jurisdiction in cases as in the case, you heard me read that, of the LP Constitution, then how can you say res judicata? Meaning,
Neg-
man, when you are talking, nobody talk.
No, but I want you to. I don't want you to discuss. But
you the one said it. You said you read the definition. It means the case is rested.
But you know what? If you want to say that, you need to go back to the case that was before NEC, because that is where everything started from. For right now, most people that are listening cannot remember what happened before NEC. Go back to the case that was before NEC, that left from NEC and went to this place. Then people will understand it. But when you start making this kind
of...
So
what case they came before NEC? Was it not a red of sanctuary?
All right, guys. Okay.
I finished. He interrupt me. I want to leave him to talk.
Okay, please go ahead.
Say, what kind of case was before NEC? The case that before NEC was a red of sanctuary.
Mr. Fagon, please proceed.
That's the case that was before NEC. And that red simply says either a judge or a court had done something that parties was not satisfied with. And that's the case before the Supreme Court. A writ of certiorari. That's the case that went to the Supreme Court. I don't know if you know any other case, but what I know was this writ that was served. Today, we come and see that they tell us that NEC has no jurisdiction. But at the end of the day, we see the other one at the bottom. That's why we can't see the signature sheet. But to answer the moderator question, this man sat on the platform. And let's be honest with ourselves. He was asked the question by the CEO. Is nobody expelled from the party? I don't want to say anything. I want to bring my party together. Is next still the political leader? Oh, y'all were here, y'all witnesses. Stanton, I will not let you make me say things that will further divide my party. 2 days later, he writes the whole war to inform them now that this woman, based on the ruling, and it was after the ruling, Dr. Francine, that ability appeared on our show. It was after the ruling. He could not answer that question, but now he comes and writes the whole war. Yeah, he letter here, informing them that this woman was expelled March 2022, and from the position of political leader. Then he goes to the media and make it sound like she's expelled from the party. The thing in black and white says,
the chat room.
The thing here says, the letter that I'm looking at, I went to everybody, American Embassy or whoever. If you look at it, it says she was expelled from the position of political leader, not from the party. From the party, her membership was suspended. It still remains suspended. But in the media, what is playing there? They expect normally from the party. In black and white, he did not. So again, your question here tonight to all of us was not on the case. You said, Belete say he want to reconcile. How can you say you won't reconcile your people? But at the same time, you writing to say this person previous position that they held, they no longer there again. Why not wait until you meet, sit down, talk, and things ain't happy? But you finish writing now, you now chunk the woman from the position. Why you going to reconcile?
Okay, all right.
So I conclude to you, Madam Moderator, that there are 2 liberty parties. The NLP, of which Leo is a part. NLP means New Liberty Party. He and the Fadiga men. The OLP is the Old Liberty Party. That's Delon and Young. I just wanted you to know.
Okay, thank you very much. Leo, as you respond,
I put some paper in the room that can you look
we'll put a paper on. Let's finish talking.
So that paper, I'll just put an article.
Thank you, Leo. And we'll come back to you, for that article since you brought some new information here. Leo, as you respond, there's 2 things I want you to look at. Something that Minister Falcon brought up. One is when the ruling came out. Belete came out, he was very sober, he's somber. He said, I want to be calm, I want my party to come together. Maybe a day or so later, then we see Senator Yombly in Basel hosting an event in the name of Liberty Party. Do you think then it was appropriate for Belete to put out there, or you can determine however that nobody should do business or use Liberty Party name without my consultation, because as it stands right now, I'm still am the governing body, the rule of the governing body. Secondly, I have some concerns both from what Yombly said and what I heard Dylan say. And my concerns were these two lawmakers were in some ways questioning the decision of the Supreme Court, the people who are supposed to uphold the law. And so I was confused. I'm like, what's going on in our country where lawmakers are never questioning the judicial branch? So in your response, which I think consists of many things, could you please address that as well?
Thank you. First of all, greetings to everybody. So I'm sitting here, Dr. Richardson, and to be honest with you, I'm ashamed of even the positions that we are taking on this. It's disgraceful. Shame on the Liberty Party and all those affiliated with it. We're sitting here looking at people who put themselves forth as leaders, Dr. Richardson. Something Delon and Yombly orchestrated and brought Musa Hassan Belete. Literally orchestrated the convention. There were even dissatisfaction from members, of Liberty Party as to how that convention went on. Brought in Musa Belete, made Musa Belete chairman through a legitimate process. And then after the disagreement started, and Dr. Richardson, it's been over 2 years. And these people have been running around like children, literally back and forth. Delon and Yombly went as far as bringing back Steve Zago and declaring Steve Zago chairman. They had press conference, they danced and all. He and Captain and all. What kind of childish behavior is that? You knew very well Musa Hassan Belete was elected at a convention that all of you organized. And you had a disagreement. And then Musa Belete too has been on the other side too, deciding that he will proceed the way he will proceed. So before I even address any of that, it is a shame that the people who want to take over leadership, these are people in our legislature. Musa Belete himself is a leader by being the chairman of a major political party. Liberty Party came third in the last election. Third, this is a major political party that is the legacy of a legal luminary that many people still reference as being a noble man, a man of the law that was so orderly and organized. Unfortunately, all of them, what they're doing now, they are telling all that Councillor Bromsky was a failure. Because what Councillor Bromsky left, if it's true that they were followers of him or followers of his and believing what he believed in, then unfortunately it's the direct opposite. So let me ask you this. So Yombly, Delon, Belete, all of them are prepared to destroy the entire party for their personal egos. Because this is what is going on. You have an institution that you're ripping apart, right in the heart of it. It's getting to the point that they may never recover from it. Because what you guys are doing, you are driving not everybody on your personal ego. If it does not meet Delon and Yombly's what they want, it can't happen. If it does not meet what Musa Belete want, it can't happen. What happened to the institution that everybody's supposed to be saying? Shall we destroy this institution? Only because of our personal egos, because the problems they are talking about, they are all solvable problems. But because they all not choose their side of the presidential candidate they won't be on, they'll rather destroy the party to have a place in the next administration. Because they know and Yombly support Vice President Joseph Boakai and Musa Belete support Cummins. That's where the problem is coming from. So they rather secure their spots in the next political arrangement and destroy the legacy, a political party that stands at number 3. They don't even know what the bigger price is. They think being in favor with the next administration and getting a place is bigger than the institution that has the potential of electing a president. That's number one. Number two, maybe that's just me noticing it. Have you people noticed that all of the cases that go to the Supreme Court becomes more confusing than when it went there? Haven't you people noticed? It comes back more confusing when the court is supposed to be, the Supreme Court is supposed to be the final arbiter and interpreter of our laws. They are supposed to provide the most clarity than any other court in the land because they are the final court. If it's just me, please tell me. If I've been following case by case, when a case goes to the Supreme Court, it's supposed to be concluded. In my opinion, at least the little that I know, I'm not a lawyer, never had a legal education before. But if a case goes to the Supreme Court that needs to be adjudicated, you will hope that when it comes from there, there is so much clarity that nobody can have room for confusion. But right now, we are sitting here in a web of confusion because of the very confusing response. The court is almost afraid to be conclusive. So the same thing, they literally pass in a buck somewhere else. To your question directly, as long as when the ruling came out, Belete was on Spoon that evening. I watched Senator Nyomblikanga Lawrence Facebook page and they already started throwing free talks. Look, let's be honest. You people are honorable people. You are senators, and you get something to say, call a press conference and say, you and Bede, they can speak. They're almost doing that when someone children call us speech from each other. You want to tell me Nyombli and Senator Dillon and Senator Nyombli Kanga Lawrence knows no other person in a sphere of ability within a Liberty Party that at least they can call and sit down with to start to. That's what leaders do, Dr. Richardson. Leaders solve problems, sometimes at personal sacrifices. The fact that they have not been able to resolve this problem is an absolute failure on all of them, and they cannot claim to be leaders when they're running around like children, tearing their parties apart only because of other people's party. Not because of their own, only because of other people's issues. So for me, I would say the fact that the tune, Belete struck a considerated tune when he sat, on Spoon TV when the case ruling came out. But unfortunately, the same thing was not coming from the other side. So Belete too looks like he went right back to where he was, which is wrong. I think all of them are wrong. There is no right side in here. If they cannot find a way to lead, you know what? They say the best response to criticism is performance. In my opinion, if Belete feels that, that he has a job and responsibility to run the party the way it's supposed to be, and Nyombli Kanga Lawrence and Senator Dillon and Senator Lawrence feel like it's not the way it's supposed to be, Belete just continue working. They every day press conference, every day another narrative. If you don't want anybody to have something in the party, just red neck. What thing about the public letter every 5 minutes? This is a party affair. You're ripping apart the Liberty Party, and this is an indictment on Councillor Charles Walker Bromskin's legacy. And this is why you're telling all the years you say you used to sit on him, his tutelage and everything. Are these the things that you learn? That in times of, because there's been crisis in the Liberty Party before when Councillor Bromskin was alive, and we saw how he expertly handled it, how he expertly resolved it. Is this why you learn? If this is not why you learn, then you please start behaving like the thing you learn from Councillor Bromskin. You please start demonstrating it now. Then the other thing that you're doing here, setting a very bad precedent for young people in Liberia in politics, that you can rip off a whole institution only because of the personal ego. So for me, I got no fish to fry in the oil. That's where I stand.
Sure. I know you have no fish to fry in this oil, but you have done a lot of frying already. So I'm going to keep you frying a little bit. Leo, so you said something that just triggered my thought process here. One is that Billy should continue to perform in terms of his ruling. I understand that, first of all, the whole issue of the suspension was due to her not paying dues. And I think it sounds like there was some leniency in this suspension. The second thing was that there was also a leniency also in terms of the termination of party leadership, because I understand that she was finishing up Bronskin's term, and then there was supposed to be like maybe an election to perhaps elect a political leader, but that never happened. But in this meantime, she's been in the party. So would you say that, how would you describe like somebody who didn't pay dues for the party, but yet is still there, carry on the political leadership duties? And then on the other hand, how would you describe that? Was that leniency? Is that performance or not?
I was very disappointed when I found out that Senator Kanga Lawrence, Senator Dillon, other people were not paying dues. And first, when they said it, I was like, okay, maybe it's politics. I wanted a person who didn't want to jump on it. I'm like, stuff happens. But then when I heard Senator Lawrence and Senator Dillon talk about how they don't want to be paying for the party headquarters rent, they don't want to paying for this, I'm like, really? And that is not your dues. No, that's not your dues. Because your dues are supposed to put money in the party's coffers anyway for the running of the party. So why are you taking that same money to go be paying for selected party headquarters and paying the bills when you could have just, look, if you're in an organization, they say you're due at $500 and you got more, you can pay $5,000. There are people where organizations, they pay more than their due is required, because then the party can say, now the reason why they can't get financial report, because people individually paying for the party rent, the other person paying for this, the party bank account got less than 10,000 or less than 100,000 in it. But somehow people, they're paying for things somewhere. So for me, I think it was an indictment that they were not paying dues. So that means they're not even living up to the very constitutions that they were presiding over. Ability suspending. Now, here is the thing. There is expediency, right? You can decide to follow expediency, or you can decide to use or leverage, people gaps and go after them. In my opinion, I don't think it was the right choice for Ability to have gone after them in that way. What I would have done out of expediency, I would have called a meeting and say, First of all, there are all kinds of issues that need to be put in place. Senator Lawrence and Senator DeLong and all of the other people he named, you are way in areas, but you are senior party leaders. So we will take this issue to whatever they can call them, to their neck, to their national
mediator or something.
And, you know, to figure out a way that you all can regularize your due payment through whatever means. If you refuse now, right, then you are refusing the institution, which is the National Executive Committee, which leaves them to take a decision. But to have jumped and, you know, from not doing that straight to suspension, when the fact that there was already an ongoing conflict bursting out in the public, there's no way you can say that that was not tied, and, you know, to what was already happening. Even if that was the case, it's impossible to say that. If I was billeted, I would have given them some courtesy as senior leaders of giving the level of chaos. They're not Lawrence and Lawrence, the only person I'm paid you. These parties are run like kangaroo court. They run like the Wild Wild West, no man land, and everybody do their own. So I would have given them some courtesy, since I want to bring in order, to say, since you're senior leaders of the party, I need to give you guys some courtesy, but as leaders, we all need to set an example to be followed.
I'm going to go to you, Fadiga, to just let's again add our final closing to this thought, and of course, Eugene will be the one adding our final closing on this thought. You know, courtesy versus found the party rule. Do you think that Ability exhausted his mediation with Yombly, or he did not? What do you think?
I think Ability, given what we have heard, given what I've heard from him in private and in public, I think he did what he should have done. What we are seeing here is, for me, I think there is a genuine bias against, not even genuine, there is an inherent bias against Manigo people in Liberia. When it's a Manigo man, people always want, there's a dude. I listened to Young Lee yesterday, and you could hear those dog whistles. Insinuating because I choose to call it whatever way I want to call it. Tell me, don't tell me yet. I will continue to call it that way. If she like it, I'll tell me no cool with the Supreme Court.
I'll go to the lower court.
We'll go to the lower court and what it will say about.
No, we know the secret behind that Nyongli calling. We know her and we know where she lives. She's different from Nyongli.
Yeah, God. Minister Faga, pick it to the square.
I keep doing that. I will keep doing it. The thing here is most people, we have short-term memory. People need to go back to how this whole thing started. And I want to go back to it. I'll find another time. Just put the article in there. So you can understand where this thing came from and where we are and why I believe that this thing is done. When we listened to her press conference yesterday, all I'm seeing here is people rebel rising, and for a good reason. People have taken sides. She wants to continue to remain relevant, and the Liberty Party Executive Committee, the real party, the institution is not behind her. She only using her influence as Okanga from Grand Bassa County and the few supporters that she has. But legally, everything that she had been fighting for, she failed. She tried to take the Liberty Party one side. It did not work. Musa Ability keep winning her in all the legal issues. And people were like, oh, Musa, because Ability, let her put this whole thing about Bassa People Party is something. This man is the legitimate chairman of the party. The executive committee is behind him. Nobody said that thing when Musa Ability was using money to buy Bang Road, the Liberty Party. Nobody said that thing. We can't have a country that people will just use people and throw them away when they want to do it. The guy was smart enough to use the legal route. They will have to undo this thing going using similar route. So that is the part. I think we are done and beyond that part. Where we are now is where we can find common ground, where I agree with Leo that grown people should act like grown folks. If you listen to Dylan this morning, you could see that he was frustrated. He know that they have lost. I hope we could play the video. You could see a man that, like, you know what? I was on that team before, but I believe we're still story. So it's just all ego. I think Chairman Benedict should continue to play the bigger role as the bigger person and continue to call them. It is difficult at this point because these two people have chosen side. And one of the difficulties she's having right now is that the institution called Liberty Party is not on her side. She have individual on her side. And those individuals, they are running around like rebel soldiers trying to fight an elected government. So call it Basa Party, call it what's the law is on ability, sir. And what he said that last year. He only reiterating why he's saying that, hey, you need to stop impersonating a political leader. She had a forum, a big forum, in announcing herself a political leader. It has to stop. And if she doesn't stop, there could be a legal ramification for against her, because legally she's not allowed to keep doing that thing. And I will assume, as a lawmaker and someone that so hold to protect our constitution, our law, she will not be violating the law. I think they need to go down, sit down as grown people and discuss the thing, rather than saying that I'll do this thing and do it. They need to sit down and solve this problem.
Thank you, Father God. Father, I'm going to go to you to give you.
Dr. Richardson, quickly, do you realize that everybody say that the government causing the confusion? All the Liberal Party people know, but they still allow the confusion to keep going on. They say the government got undercover agent and working, but they can't work against the agents.
The whole country can't work against the agents, right? Okay. Mr. Fatah, I know we have another important subject to move on to, which would be the National Road Fund, but I want you to talk about this. So it is my understanding that I believe Musa Pilote was on the show before. One thing he said was he had given an extension for all of those who were suspended because of due payment, that he was going to give them an extension in which they would get themselves together to make the due payment to come back to the party. He also mentioned that the constitution that they had kind of favored the rule of man versus the rule of law. It was one person, Bronskin, or a political leader who was just in charge of making all of the decision. That's what it appears to be. Versus now they have the National Executive Committee who will be making many of the decisions. So in my question to you is, do you think that Musa was in the spirit of reconciliation when he gave the extension? And do you also, that's one question. My second question to you is that, do you think that as it stands now, the NEC ruled that the document that they have, which is the change document, the document that is in the rule of the rule of law as opposed to rule of man, is the most appropriate document until a court who can utilize forensic experts to determine that that document was altered, that at the still stand that Musa Billy is in chair of the party. Yeah, I mean, it's not chair of the party, he's the boss of the party. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, let me say this. Leo said expedient, and I like to add experience. That somehow it was not expedient to do what he did with regards to the due payment issue. It was not expedient. I want Brother Leo to know, and I want Brother Fadiga to know, we are cognizant of this politics that was played. That as a matter of fact, Belete only used that to get those people out of the party. Because we know as Liberians, you are talking about a political leader like Kumis, like Josh Bia, like anybody. These are people that take care of partisans on a daily basis and take care of partisans' issues, party-related matters. These are people. Senators, people will go to senators' houses in the morning. People will come with a car. The party generator needs fuel. The party headquarters needs to be painted. They do these things. And you got to run behind them for chicken change. Excuse me, sir, let me speak. That's why I was patient when you were speaking. You're going to use chicken change to hold them? We're not going to play to that jive. Liberian people smart. They will tell you on the feed here. When Belete came, he met Nyomli there as political leader and Dillon, and they were the one that ushered him.
That's true, he was there.
Said. Okay?
He did not meet them there, he was there.
Excuse me, sir, when you were speaking, I did not speak.
No, but I need to
correct. If I finish my speaking, then you will know where I'm going. He did not become chairman under Bromsky, did he? He became chairman on who? So, let me talk about you. I was quiet. So at the end of the day, he was only waiting to get there. And with respect to the question you asked me, how is it that Belete will tell you that he's working on the suspension of those people membership when he sat right on the platform and said he can't comment now that he has done what he has to do? The truth of the matter is, Belete's sole intent was to enter the Liberty Party higher echelon, make sure the Liberty Party came third. Third, as in George Weah first, Joseph Boakai second, Pumpkin third, Liberty Party, Prince Johnson, and then ANC. As an agent, if you look in between the fifth position and the first position, you will see Liberty Party there. You will see MDR there. They were quoting MDR as a method by Prince Johnson and they themselves.
So Belete knew the future 5 years ahead. Belete could see the future 5 years ahead. He started playing the team way behind.
Let me finish.
My man, that's part of the story there, man.
Okay, your own our lion story, go sit down on the tree. Now, your own lion story, go sit down on the tree. At the end of the day, in between MDR and Liberty Party, they scuffle there. So to capture Liberty Party and take Liberty Party to the ANC, hoping that MDR would have joined, making them the biggest party, has failed. He tried to reconcile the party, it's not working. And yes, he got the ruling from the court. Again, you and I were here. He said he was going to reconcile. Saturday, he saw Nyombli, so he got pissed. That, for me, I thought the truth. He got pissed. He said, okay, she was expelled March 22nd from the political. So now, it is clear that they don't have a political leader. But here is what is going to happen. If I was Nyombli, I'm suspended for due payments. I will go ahead and pay my due to be reinstated as a member. I will allow Belete to move the party towards a special convention where we will now move to elect a political leader. And let's see who finger they got there on it or who told it sharp.
You will lose.
Okay.
And then we'll use money.
I will say in my
closing,
Belete is acting as Belete. It has nothing to do with Madingo men or Fula men. Belete is acting as Belete. Belete wants the power ascribed unto himself, and he's using the power that he has, and he will continue to hold the emblem, the flag, the logo, and the party constitution, while as seen Saturday, Nyombli will hold the people. If Belete call and say, man, let him lead Akko people out and call Liberty Party people. Let's see who will go there.
Okay.
I think I rest my case.
Thank you. We're going to move on to other topics right now. But I think
I thought I think we're going around. So you're John with me? Okay.
Well, you got
the first story about expedient. We're going to road fund, man.
Look at you want to talk about road fund. But quickly, 1 minute.
Because road fund sweet.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
Road fund got another
what is very interesting, and I keep saying this, is the trend of events that have happened. The question we should be asking, who wins? I see people join me, oh, the case not over yet. Yeah, the case still there. Yeah. You should be crying if the case not over yet. You should be in tears. Because if the case not over yet, means there's still more slaughtering to do to the party. By the grace of God, if the case were over there, at least people could have been saying, they think ended now, that's fine with the print. But I see the very people on both sides celebrating that the case is now over
yet. Watch who's celebrating.
Yeah, I mean, and number two, Dr. Richardson, I'm sorry, the whole low expectation thing, to him or her, who much is given, much is required. Senator Nyombli Kanga Lawrence, Councillor Brumskin, put this party in your hands, according to you. And you are proud of where it is. Sometimes leadership takes some sacrifice. Senator Darius DeLong, you people, you and Nyombli got together and you went for Belete because you thought he was aligned with what you wanted in the party. It didn't turn out that way. So because of that, you're prepared to slaughter the party only because you get to get rid of Belete, or you need to find other ways to work. So if you think getting rid of Belete is a bigger priority than having a Liberty Party, then go ahead and slaughter it. But the question you need to ask yourself, who wins The longer you fight this case, Belete has a way of making your life difficult. You will do nothing. You two have a way of making his life difficult. He will do nothing. So what happened? The party gets destroyed, and the people who are running around today, they're not even members of your parties, but all of them running around making shamo and celebrating your tomorrow to be laughing at you. You will become a failure. The party, the state of Liberty Party, based on where Senator or where he named Councillor Bromskin left it, you've taken it down. I don't know how many years backward from the prestigious Liberty Party after that last election. Liberty Party was being looked at as potentially being the third party that could decide the next president in this country. And you're talking down to the dreams. Thanks to
I think you need to be fair. That's where Belete is.
Let me finish. Let me finish. You're not cutting me off too. Thanks to Senator Lawrence. Thanks to Senator DeLong. Thanks to Musa Hassan Belete. Thanks to Steve Zago. Thanks to Jeneton Kape. Liberty Party is a laughing stock and a mockery of what it used to be today.
Okay.
So now, 30 seconds. Belete intend. It is clear, everybody can see it. A leader who comes 1 minute
you ask for 30 seconds, you can't lie.
What's the evidence?
With no evidence, you get kind of
evidence.
All your hand a day. And that evidence there.
So you want to be a liar? The Belete now say he suspended people for due.
Oh, so let me so that what do you
problem there?
No evidence.
But that's the evidence of what you're saying.
The evidence of what I'm saying is Belete who said to us he suspended the people for dues.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's true.
And how is that evidence?
No evidence.
No, we thought. I mean, I actually thought you were going to the whole conspiracy.
Exactly.
ANC people give people a chance.
No, I mean, I just want facts. That's all, because
the fact is he suspended the people for due payment.
Yeah.
Something as simple as due payment. We sat on this.
Due payment simple.
And the people brought Steve Zago too as their new chairman.
Well, you can say due payment as simple. How the party will run.
And I think there was a courtesy extension for the due payment, if I remember correctly.
He said if they come to him and say they're sorry, he would give them an extension.
Okay.
And they refused. Because you know what? They say he did not follow the mechanism to call them to say, look, your due is after me. He said he wrote letters to them. The person did not see the letter. But however, how do you suspend your partisan for due payment without communicating, talking to them? You the chairman to say, oh, Dio, your due will know what we got to run it here.
How did you hear it?
Fagon, the people say you but Fagon, the people say you are a double agent to destroy Unity Party too. So we need to be running what I want.
But me, I'm independent man. So
you're not independent. You are a coalition.
Independent. Now Unity Party happy for the year.
What's your resignation letter?
You see it?
I see it. Please publish it. Let's see it.
You're not looking for it.
No, please publish it. I'm looking for it now.
You can we say that will be going to this earlier. So I'm actually going to ask you, Mr. Facon, and the reason why we're bringing up this roll phone information here, because a couple of months ago we're on this show. Boniface came on here and said, he supported TWE in taking the roll phone to pay people's salary. It was on this very show. I remember it was the show that I challenged TWE when it came to the laws. I actually, when I put out the roll phone laws, I said that he was not allowed to take money. TWE came back the next day, said that he got international people permission. He wrote a letter, he had a listing of all these international, the US, the Belgian government, all of these people he asked, and they gave him permission to use the roll phone. Now we are back at this same roll phone information. Boniface now is talking against, it seems like talking against TWE when it comes to spending this money. So, Mr. Facon, I'm going to turn this over to you to give us more details with evidence, because you have some substantial evidence, because we'll not be talking about it if we didn't have the substantial evidence, okay, that you grab like a football star, quarterback. You grab that will come in the air, you can tell, like a quarterback grabbing some information that it can lay that on your desk. So tell us about it.
All right, here is the deal. As you writer put it, I know about all the names that he called, but TWE came here and said he got permission from the international partners to go ahead and use the money. That was an error of judgment on his part, because they're not international partner money. That Liberian money, that I want roll for money. I can't give you my money, Dr. Francine. Then you go ask Fadiga whether you should send my money to Nyongudi. that living on Todmont Street. You can't do that. It's my money. I gave it to you. It's only fair that when you read it, you say you asked me, not Nyongwuli. Now, when he did that, you saw the backlash. The international community distanced itself, so forth and so on. The election is nearing. We are about 6 months clear to elections. And Tua then go to get money from Affluent Bank. The National Road Fund is one of the biggest contributors to the nation's part, the consolidated fund. They don't need to borrow from nowhere. Instead, people need to borrow from them. That's why Tua went to borrow for them. As it stands right now, they owe the contractors $5 million that they must come up with. Tua then decided to orchestrate a plan to borrow 40 million United States dollars against the road fund, using the road fund as surety, where they will pay back in 10 years. This issue comes to the desk of this guy. He tells Tua York they sitting the last time, it backfired. Why do we need 40 million? What for? What's the project? What do we need the 40 million for? Why are you borrowing against this institution that has money and contributes to the national part up to the tune of 25 million a year? They took the man complaint back to Papa, to Unit 1. Unit 1 said a particular man always gave him problem. You take him from there. When he moving, they said the end of April. They decided to put this Nouvelle, Josita Nouvelle girl there, as we explained. Okay? To put her there and remove the man at the end. But they gave him a condition. If he signed, because the Justice Minister has to sign, which you all know here, Finance Minister has to sign, the bank representative will sign, and then the National Road Fund man sign. But he has refused. And they say if he don't sign, he's not getting back the job. He agreed. He's decided to work. This lady now, trying to push the loan further, goes to the financial guy, one Ferguson, and say, what software are you guys using here to do all of the transaction in here? But she did not go to the guy. She went to the other workers in the office. So the workers contacted the guy and say, we have an issue with one of your colleagues, because she's the administrator, keeps coming back here and asking us when she should be asking you. And so the guy said for her, why are you asking my workers? If anything, you are my colleague. We are senior management team members. Why not ask me? But again, as the confusion went about, as the video showed, they got into a confusion and she was video recording him and he took the phone from her. The reason why he jacked her phone, because a prior recording that we play on this network was done by her and taken again to Unit 1. So he feared that she was going to do that. Now, I have also gathered today that the road front man, Boniface Satu, just came from a meeting in, what's the place name? I'll give you Maputo. She just came from Maputo out of south. He and this very administrator was supposed to go. But months ago, they had a case in front of the police, and it was sexual harassment. Police investigated. The lady said she had evidence, recording and everything. Once they decided to bring forth the recording from her phone and stuff, they realized she did not have it. She had accused the guy falsely, so the lady issued to arrest instantly. The question then became, she has now tipped for that position in order for the 40 million. The focus of this whole thing, Dr. Francine, is 40 million. 20 million of which will go to the road fund and 20 million go to the CDC for her 2023 campaign. And this is where the guy is saying, no, I will not sign the document under no condition. And the document is on his desk. We are asking the lady if she wants to contact Spoon Network to give us side of the story. We are also asking the government to deny a $40 million request, debt loan from the Nigerian bank. They can come in to say that lie, because we're not going to push that out until they come up. But $40 million for road fund to be paid back in 10 years? What for? These people contribute 25 million a year, sometimes 30 million. You pay 50 cents on each gallon of gasoline towards that road fund. How is it now we're supposed to be looking for money to borrow road fund, but they are borrowing the money against road fund and using road fund as a surety? What is the $40 million for? That's what brought the whole confusion, and the guy has refused to sign. He said he'd rather walk away from the job than put the country in debt for 10 years for $40 million that can be raised in a year.
Wow. Okay, thank you for explaining to Liberians what is happening in our country. So a couple of things I want to just outline here. You heard Fagon, and according to him, there's an allegation there that the government wants to take $40 million from the road fund and spend $20 million on their campaign. So this is an allegation. This is something that he heard that is in the pipe. I'm going to go to Fadika to just share your thoughts on what you just heard. And then we're going to go to Leo, and then we're going to go to Gray.
I know what I'm going to get a story for. I got nothing to say about it.
Yeah, Gray. Actually, I want to welcome you to the show as well. Johnson?
Story for. Until I can read about it, I will abstain.
Johnson?
Yeah, I mean, again, I haven't seen a story. It's my first time hearing about it, honestly, from Minister Fagon. But I'll go back to your point that you made, Dr. Richardson, earlier on about what transpired. At least that's what we know that has happened so far. First of all, this is what I often say when I talk about these issues. How can we be boasting that all our foreign friends were the one who tells us, yeah, okay, you'll go spend your money. You'll go spend the money. When they really have no jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. Why are we going to get validation from all these foreign places, but not validation from our legislature, from our own organs of government, through which we are supposed to be validating? There have been many times where our foreign friends can want certain things and sometimes it doesn't align with where we should go. So the whole idea here that the foreign people in Liberia are our partners, that they don't want to run the country, then let's flip places. So for me, the whole road fund argument, first of all, it does not make sense. Anybody who's overseen a budget before and runs a budget, the reason the financial people sit down and work so hard to put together a budget is because they want to avoid chaos and establish order. That's what the budget does. But if this budget is just put together for a show, where every day you can just run, you can just decide today, okay, we just take one from here, we put it here. When things are allocated the way they're supposed to be allocated, then what's the point of a budgeting process? What's the point of it being voted? That is the reason why to even recast the budget, the law requires that it must come back to the legislature for them to determine that there is really good reason that you have for which that hard work that was done should be changed. So for just casually taking a road fund and reallocating it in such a casual manner, the reallocation for me is not the problem, because we've seen this in governments all of the time, not just in President, we are governments around the world. It is the process that is put in place to ensure it's done properly. So if there was no fear and you're reallocating this money in a proper way that it should be used, then it should have followed the proper process through which the reallocation should have been done, and not just casually a minister and a few people deciding that they would do it, and not just doing it under the cover of dark as well. There should be full transparency about this. The legislature should have the opportunity to look at it. All of the organs of government that are concerned with budgeting and the decision-making processes, that this is a decision that has been taken on the record. When it even came up, people had to be running around to show which legislator they talked to, which one they didn't talk to. There was so much confusion. If a major decision like that was being made, and there's so much confusion afterwards on it, then there's a big problem. We're only looking at it as raw fund. I wonder how many other funds are just being allocated casually that never comes to a daylight. Because this is not supposed to be a casual process. A budget is interlocked. The moment you fool around with one, it has a cascading effect, unless where these budgets are done randomly. But whenever a budget is done, it's done in an interlocking way where the activities are corresponding and they affect each other. So to reallocate one, you need to do a full scan through everything to ensure that things are still properly organized to get your intended outcomes.
Yes, I hear what you're saying, Leo. First of all, we need to know exactly, how much money do we need for salary payment. The public needs to know what was generated from the road fund, and the legislators. In fact, I remember the legislators, some of them said they knew about this allocation of money. Some of them said they didn't. This is something that has to be out in the public for the sake of transparency. And you're right. I thought we were a sovereign nation. Why do we still need to go ask our international partners? Because I very remember distinctly where there was a letter that with all the country flag or whatever emblem on to the bottom saying that they approved this reallocation of money from the road fund to the government. So it's just
and we are proud to be walking around. They were hiring finance minister, all these experts that will pay. You're fired and let the international board help us.
Yeah. So for me, it's like it bothers me because we have all this money, we have the ability to generate all this money, but we are not using it wisely. I'm going to go to you, Colonel Raymond Gray, and let me hear your thoughts on this matter. What we are speaking about is the
Are we going to show all the videos and stuff, the documents?
Sure. There's more video, but you should have done that, Mr. Fagon, when you're first telling us.
The producer is in the background.
So the issue, you come, the first thing you do, where you are going, okay. The first thing you are going to maybe go arrest. Is it the person office you are going?
Okay, when they go there, yeah. So now how far you go? So they say put the box on the
what happened? So I don't know that people can be here. So where's the issue here? Is they coming into the office?
You wrong! Officer!
We were wrong.
You wrong! Officer! No way!
You can't investigate somebody.
You have orders.
So what happened?
So, Mr. Fagon, what is happening there? It's a bit confusing here. What is happening there?
What you see in the video right there was the fact that she had gone to the finance guy people, asked them. He took her phone away from her when she recorded him unfairly with all his stuff. So when the news broke in the place, she had already contacted the higher ups, including the president. They had already ordered police to go to her aid. Boniface Satu, you saw in the video, you will hear him state clearly. So that's how far it reached. I just bust into my office. Boniface sent for this guy. This guy, he's meeting with him in his office to find out what's going on. You see that many police officers. They ran straight into the main office. They were told that, he's not there. He's in the executive director office, who happens to be Boniface Satu, that you see in the green purple suit, who is actually making the comment. And that's his office. You saw they broke into like that. Instead of knocking on the door peacefully and say, Chief, some officers are here. No. You can hear the officer saying in the video, you play again. So what's wrong with that? They just bust open into his office. Well, the question is, why is all this thing happening? $40 million loan agreement on his decks that he will not sign, that he's refusing to sign. And it's making all this noise because, as I said, this lady is close to the power that be, and she's been tipped to be the new boss. She's going to be the one to sign the $40 million off without even waiting for the brother's tenure to expire. She's assuming the responsibility now. So she's doing her work as if she's the boss right now. And I think that's unfair, but I don't want to focus on all the drama as you see. You will listen to the recording that she sent to the president.
Okay, let's see.
She recorded the executive director and took it to the president, which annoyed the president further. You will hear him just like Samuel Wulu, addressing senior management team meeting and telling them, if you think you got more contact, yada, yada, yada. The issue is the $40 million that he's refusing to sign. What's the purpose of borrowing the $40 million at a 10-year loan payment plan against a financially a potent entity of government, the road fund? What's the point? And he's refusing to sign. He said if they're not going to continue with him, he's fine with it. He's a performing guy. They use the road fund to construct all these roads. He's ready to walk. He will not sign the $40 million because he does not think that it is necessary at this point. But our sources tell us, if the government cannot tell us, we are on this platform, our sources have hinted. His refusal is based on 20 million for the road fund, 20 million for CDC campaign 2023. That's what you're seeing there happening right now.
Okay, I'm gonna go on to Colonel Remy Gray. Welcome to the show. Given what you have heard, and we know that this has happened before where money was borrowed from the National Road Fund, can you speak on to, and based on what Mr. Facon said is about to reportedly happen, and this is where this argument that we just saw um, is about. So can you speak on this issue of us borrowing from the National Road Fund and trying to justify with international backing and also this whole loan payment? Can you speak on that, sir?
Well, good day, everyone. I think what is ensuing at that commission is the same that is ensuing in the entire country, including the Yambli Kanga and the Musa ability issue. I'm asking to laugh at the idea that people who can pay a small token of something called their dues will be paying rent or will be paying overhauling the party individual expense or expenses. These are all just cover-ups for people who have not met their own obligation as leaders of an organization. To tell me that they pay rent, they pay this. As far as I know, the party was going down until Musa came in to rescue, to sustain that party financially. Matter of fact, that's why they crown him as leader. But that's just in passing. I'm making a statement. But again, what is happening at Boniface's office, the commission there? Firstly, when they make these laws, these are national laws. When we continue to step on our own laws, there's no way a fund would be designated by law for specific purpose. And every now and then you dip your hand in there. You know, this government is so lawless to the extent where they dip hands all the way into diplomatic funds. So they have no bounds. You understand? It just shows the kind of dysfunctional level of running our country now. I mean, I think it's like a group of people who just came, they have no clue what to do. I always say, those of us who have served in the military, for instance, when you go someplace and you start excelling to become leader, the first thing they will teach you at your level how to manage both personnel and resources. Now, you have a government that had no clue, they had nothing, no knowledge. They've been managing, helping, here and there. I'm surprised Boniface Satu today is saying that he cannot use money when he was on this very platform defending why certain money was used. It just shows, and then they've established this parallel leadership, just like what happening in Liberty Party. They've established this little parallel where people are now respecting down to Supreme Court rulings. You understand? It just shows like why it's happening when our war was at the peak.
Mm-hmm.
Group of people will go to a specific government agency and fist fight. You have may so rest in peace the late Joe Marber throwing PT with what's his name, the loud guy in the TRJ. You understand? This is exactly what is going on, and this is supposed to be a normal government. A normal government. To be frank, nobody should be touching the road funds for something else other than the purpose for which that law was created.
Thank you.
So that's all I have to say here.
Thank you. I'm going to go on to you, Minister Fagon, to just kind of put your final taping on your final thoughts. I really want to go to the phone line. I want to hear what Liberian people have to say about what we've been talking about so far, the Liberty Party, and now this $40 million road fund loan that the government wants to sort of dip their hands into. So allegedly, actually reportedly, I want to say that until we get further details, and Mr. Fagon will give us the details. We're watching the story as it unfolds. He's going to continue to keep his eye on there, and we're going to provide you with more details. But we just want you to keep your ears open for what is happening in the country right now. So, Mr. Fagon, I want to let you put your final thoughts on this. We're going to go to the phone lines, and then we're going to come back and we'll do our closing.
I think my final thought has to do with right now, even the Kumis people don't even see all the fraudulent things that are happening. Tomorrow, everybody will be, yeah. And then we'll have a problem. And I'm saying this to say that if you follow our situation with respect to voters registration, the big laughter is about to happen. And nobody should say, oh, I didn't hear it, I didn't know, because it is indeed about to happen. If you look at, for example, the population of Bapolu and Bomi, 2008, and look at the population of Bapolu 2022 as reported by the census, and given the amount of voters registered in Bomi and Bapolu, I see you laughing already. You will ask yourself, well, this thing cannot be true, but it's true. Like, for example, I'll give you Bapolu. The other man are chunky there. Then you just chunk the other one there from 2000, yeah? Yeah, it there. If you look up, please keep it up there. Please keep it there.
5,000 for Bapolu.
Yeah, no, if you look at about 95,000, right?
Yes.
Please put the other one there now that this is 2022.
Yes.
Look at Bapolu. 50,000 people. That's 2/3 of the population right there that is above voting age 18. But you know how many people? 12,000 people only from 2008 to 2022. Only 12,000 human beings were born. So you see, let's go to Bomi now. You put Bomi up. Then I will tell you what the disparity. Bomi got 64,000 registered voters.
Yeah.
Go to the other one. Let's show them what Bomi got. You have the population of Bomi now. Bomi has a total of 133,000.
Yeah.
So, in the space of the same from 2008 to 2022, Bapolu and Bomi, who got much more economic capital? Which county is bigger than the other one? You see the trick there? At the end of the day, what did Bomi got that put in other people? Today, you say Bomi got 50,000, 60-something thousand, which is seen here, 64, and Bapolu got 50,000. But Bapolu ain't got 133,000 people over the 12-year-old. That Bomi, Bapolu only increased by 12,000 votes. 12,000 human beings. But Bomi County increased by almost 50,000 human beings. Look at Leo scratching all his chest. You see how the people taking the country? An increase in population of about 50,000. You only got 64,000 from there. The poor who increased by just 12,000, you got 50,000, all of them quick. How do you do these things? Then you go to road fund, you say you want to take 40 million. The man said, no, don't take 40 million. And by the way, point of correction, Iremi, he was not justifying what the money was used for. He was telling you what Tue said the money was used for. That's what he was doing. And now there's so many things that brought a confusion between him and Tue. Tue won't go there again and take 40 million. Based on what you just said, Iremi, he asked Tue now, what the 40 million for? Tue, can I
Fagon, can I one question?
Don't go there because Fadiga, hold on a second. If Boniface was assured that he was going to go back, he will not question. It's because he knows that he's on the way out.
But which one you talking about? They said Sunday thing you will go back.
No, they didn't say that.
If he was sure.
No, they didn't say that. He himself has justified that you think you know people, I know people more than you.
So it sounds like what
people more than me, that different argument.
It sounds like what Gray is saying. What I heard him say first is that the fact that Boniface may not be in this position, that's why he's talking.
Exactly.
Because remember, before he was supporting the loaning of this money to the government when
No, it was not a loan, Dr. Francine. This money was money that was in the coffers for
I
the road fund.
understand, but you are saying they are loaning
There's a
this money to
difference.
pay. Yes, the money is there, but they are taking a loan to pay people's salary. That's what you're saying for 10 years. You said that.
No. Let me correct you.
Okay.
That 25,000 that Tuet took out. Tuet took it out. That was money that road fund had. It was in the hand already.
I
That's
understand.
their own money. They didn't borrow it.
Yes, I
Tuet
understand.
took it to pay salaries, he told you.
Yes.
And he, Boniface, agreed.
Yes.
There was a backlash.
Yes.
That the road fund should be used for roads. That's what the Americans and others said.
Correct.
Now, road fund have money to pay contractor. But two of them wants a loan.
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Wait, take it in the name of road fund.
Yes.
It's not about going back or not going back. You want 40 million for road fund to borrow. And you want this guy, wait, Dr. Francine, check me a minute. You want this guy to sign, knowing that the Americans have already cautioned you. Who's supposed to be on sanction here? Who they're supposed to hold here? You think the boss stupid? Honestly, it's not about coming back. They have already cautioned you. The man is taking a hand from that. He don't want to be bad. But we see all these things happening. And that's why I pointed to the bad policy for you to see something. So the truth is, when Remy say, I know people more than you, no, Remy, you are not in government, in this government. You are not deputy minister, and you have not been back home for the last 30 years.
Oh yeah.
I tell you the truth.
I was in Liberia at the end of February. I'm going back there at the end of this month.
Let's
move February.
And I will call you from there.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for the information.
When we see you there and see your video, then we'll tell you.
I don't have to broadcast my
information, but I believe that Remy Gray asked a valid point here that when money was
me know anybody more than you.
We're taking a conversation to what you have to say.
Dr. Richardson.
Yeah.
Dr. Richardson. And what we ask all the time is the question of credibility.
Yeah,
you get a same man who was just defending Twe. All of a sudden now we're supposed to take him credible because he's complaining, because the tables have turned.
Exactly.
Because
credibility counts for us something.
No. He did not defend Twe. He did not defend Twe.
What did he do?
He was asked the question,
okay, so he was defending the usage of the road funds. Great. Money that was not supposed to be used, that was allocated for something different.
Boniface was here. We'll come back. We'll play another.
Exactly. So we can hear him.
Boniface said the government took the money from the consolidated account.
You got it?
Okay.
Yeah. So let's put it up because for me, credibility matters.
Yes, and that's government money. It can be used.
No. It can't be used just like that. There are processes that must be followed.
Very fast. Today you are thinking the way I was thinking. Right?
It can't just be used. Processes must be followed.
The government took it. It's the government's money. It's the people's money.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, please play that and then go to the phone line. Could they please play the tape?
So why the government wants to take a money and he's saying no?
It's the public money. It's not the government money.
Not the government money.
I won't strive on propaganda.
Okay, can I?
Yes, go ahead. Good day is coming in right now, please.
Huh?
You coming in now? Tell us.
Let you play the tape.
You're talking about the previous tape. I don't want.
I was talking about when he was here on the show. We had Boniface on the show before.
Okay. No, tomorrow.
Okay, yes, it's too late to either work it out.
Tomorrow.
But Minister, please send it to me.
The point I'm making is this low level of accountability for people and say because you're working in government, so you're supposed to be scared. You're not supposed to talk. That's what to do what you want to do. Then the day and night in your favor, you leave now. Then you can talk to all plenty. What are you supposed to do? Helpless people like, you there when it doesn't work, resign. But if you defended the government reallocating the money before, which was illegal, according to you now, then today the same government wanted the money to say son, and you say no.
And I say it was wrong.
He did
not defend it. That's my point. Your producer kid, he did not defend it.
Did he not follow through with it the last time?
Did he oppose it?
Did he oppose it?
Listen, if you
last
follow
time,
the debate at the time when the U.S. Embassy and others
I followed the debate.
Did you follow it?
Yes.
Who
did he oppose it?
Who took the money?
No, answer my question. He being a chief over there, did he oppose it?
What do you mean if he opposed it?
I want to know if he opposed it.
Government money goes into the, you see, wait. You don't understand. The money goes into the consolidated account. The consolidated account is controlled by who?
What kind of question is that?
No, the road fund. The road fund.
Oh, so the government just will go take money anyhow from the consolidated account anytime they're ready.
Yes.
How you work?
No, that's not how it works.
No, Fagon, you won't tell me the way y'all can work in government. That because the government money consolidated account, they can just take and allocate it anywhere.
No, that's not how it works.
No, answer the question. You can just take money anyhow and just allocate it anywhere.
You don't know what.
That is not how it works. That's not how it works.
It just means every people together in a B account.
Why don't the consolidated account are compartmentalized? That's not how it works.
Mr. Gray,
What comes from the
I'm going to meet you guys. So
what comes from Lancet Mines?
I'll meet you. I'll let you meet people.
The government goes there.
But he might not mislead us. Did he oppose it?
I am telling you, he did not even have the chance to know what they were taking and what they were not taking.
Wow. Okay, so now he found out.
Because you don't know what a consolidated account is.
I know what a consolidated account is. I know what it is.
Okay, when we're going to the phone line. Mr. Fagon, we are going to the phone line now.
It is on the record how much money went there. We know how much went there.
Simon, please come. Let's go to the phone line. It's 6:21. We need to go to the phone lines. Thank you very much,
guys.
That's what I'm
trying to explain to you.
No, don't explain to me because if the government taking out money from the consolidated account, they can indicate on what source is coming. They don't just take it.
Simon, please come on. There you go. Thank you, Simon. We are going to go to the phone
basket, yeah.
We talked about a few things here today, including what you guys said in the training news section of the program. You told us that we expressed some concerns about the numbers that NEC put out relating to the amount of people that have registered. I am of the opinion that they need an independent body to do a check and balance system with them. I'm also of the opinion that this number should also be checked against last election year's registration, so we can see whether there are increase, decrease, and if there's any problems. It could be remedied very soon before the big day which is October 10th. We also talk about the Liberty Party situation here. A couple of questions was asked. Is the case still in court or not in court? Liberian people can speak about that. Is it done? Is it not done? Did Musa Bilde give courtesy extension? Should they be quiet or should they continue to fight? Who does it benefit? The people of Liberia or the party? You know, all these questions were asked. And lastly, we are now talking about this road fund issue that has been reportedly the Liberian government wants to borrow money for other things. So they can speak on those issues and much more. Falcon, you got something to say? Lola, you wanted to say something?
No, that Leo just looking at the Jojo get picture, just put in the chat. We just looking at, he can't move his face from there.
Okay, no, Tama, please let me go. You may try to distract me too far.
No, you know, the boy just stick a face to look at the picture. You know.
Okay, go ahead, please.
And you are president too. Where you?
Tama, please go ahead. Let the people call in the show. People, you please call into the show so we can move in.
All right, folks, the phone lines are now activated. The numbers to call.
I finished telling you.
771075 0555 101075. Hello.
Yeah, let me say good evening to all of the panelists. My name is Abba Dikwanangele and I phone in from District 3 to be precise, Bala community. The first thing is the issue that the issue of discussion is very much germane. It's very germane. But the whole thing is that citizens will always cry. You guys continue to flex out those important issues. But with all those things you guys are flexing, the possible impact, we are not feeling any other thing. At least if the government is very, very serious, the first thing, all of those recommendations you guys are giving, they could hold on to those recommendations and work on it. And the citizens will see the positive impact of the government. But most of the time, you guys discussing important issues, and then we are not feeling any positive dividends.
Okay, sir. Thank you. All right, let me take this other person here. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you out, please.
My name is Awa Kemugai. I'm in call with this evening.
Go ahead, sir.
You know, I feel sorry for the ANC people. They will never believe that Musa Belede is on a mission to even destroy the communist individual himself. But they feel that they're doing it to one group of people. There was a recording that was released a few months back that Musa Belede was in a discussion with Kalasco and other people. They recorded legal right here. When they went to the court talking that United Party shouldn't put a candidate, and Musa Belede and Kalasco were laughing, saying, "Oh, Braga can put a 40 cold water in the night around 2 o'clock." That recording was all right here. But coming, saying here, and let the people in America fully, let me say that. They shut their way for coming to be. They shut their way for coming to be president in Liberia is too Braga. All of that. Musa Belede will eat the money and at the end of the day run the CDC. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening to Mr. Eugene Pakwan and his Canada. The name is Warden Covey, and I joined this conversation from District City. So let me appreciate Honorable Pakwan, for teaching the students by having gone to law school, but you understand the law more. So I think the thing we do is like, let's be very clear with this. The Supreme Court ruling is clear. The issue that it was not about the authenticity of Musa Belede chairmanship or Yombi Kanga leader or political leader or position. No. The fact that the court has already made it clear that NEC does not have the right to rule in the matter. And when the people went affirmative, Musa Belede agreed. He affixed a signature to the paper that yes, indeed, there was the constitution or article in the constitution were uttered. And when they went to the Supreme Court, Ifan James Ethan, the letter said they should reinstall that particular article that was uttered. And 2 times they refused. Later the woman called both of them and offered them the library, the judiciary. That's where they went to correct it. And where this Musa Belede, who is the chairman, he was the one supposed to submit a particular constitution to next, and when he submitted another one again, different one from the one they corrected. So this is why I think the Supreme Court said the constitution that was presented by him to next is what they recognize. But the criminal aspect, they said it should go to another place. So I think Yombi Kanga can carry it, and they can get evidence with affirmative declaration or affirmative signature that they got. That was the evidence of the alteration of the Constitution.
Okay, sir.
I think they can win a criminal case against Musa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Yes, sir. Let's hear you out.
I'm Timothy Smith calling for the Oval.
Go ahead, please.
I just want to speak on 2 issues. The Musa Belede issue. And I want the ANC people to understand that it is not in the interest of even Mr. Cummings. Because if you look at the situation that we're going through in the country, is balancing in the interest of Cummings or the Liberty Party. What's that? Oh, you can see President we are. So we should understand we the voters, about the people around the country, that we are the politicians. We are the people that can see that we are decision makers. We should make sure and look at this way we are following. Because today we see the confusion. If they really want for Liberia to be in peace or you want for Liberia to be in problem, we are not looking for a people in our country. Our concern, our cry over the years, we listen to the North in the market, you make decisions. Our floor is specificity. We the Liberian people, they vote for all around the country. We're talking to each other. The mistake we made in the past, our children are still using Chimo Pocket, where our lawmakers take it 10,000, our representatives take it 15,000. Decision we made as voters. If our children get better education today in our voting card, that's why we're telling our people on ground, we are the politicians, it's not Broker, it's not Kumi. We the voters. So we are monitoring everything that's going on in the midst of the confusion with the Liberians. That's why we are telling Broker that we are looking for rescue them.
Okay, so you have to start wrapping up. We have other callers on the line.
So thank you so much for the show. And Pakon, thank you. Thank you so much, Pakon. We're listening. And we know what's going on in the country.
Thank you for your input.
That change October 10.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, Yaka. I'll tell you something. 38
Hello.
veterans say now.
Hello.
Evening.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you out.
Thank you. Let me say good evening to the panelists from the U.S. I'm Emmanuel M. Tupac Jr., and I call you from a resident into community. Well, I appreciate you guys for the platform, but let me quickly make my point on the issues surrounding the Liberty Party. I think the situation surrounding the Liberty Party is far from being handled or is far from being resolved, especially where in the Supreme Court has ruled in the party chairperson Musa ability. What I want to encourage the Senator Yomlika Langara is to try to be a respecter of the law as a senator. I think she should try to give all the necessary respect to the chairperson as the chairperson of that party, because I think her tenure has long time expired, and she has been expelled from the party, not from the party, but she has been expelled as a political leader. But for the good of the party, because I'm not supporting the Liberty Party, I'm a supporter of the CDC, I'm a physician. I want to see, an opposition committee that will come together to battle up, because we want to show them how, powerful George VIA, the president, and his re-election behind is going to be a one-time victory. We don't want a disintegrated opposition committee.
Thank you.
And don't leave in the mind. Let me quickly
Please wait while you go call your common
to name it because the script on is fast.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for 4 minutes.
Thank you. So Dr. Richardson, yeah, you want formidable opposition to show strength to beat you up. They want this integrated opposition. They want you to be united to get your one round victory. It's over to you, ma'am.
Yes, James, can you please come in? James, could you please come in? Thank you, Diamond. James, can you please come in so we can do the diaspora calls? Let's take 5 diaspora calls, 5 of them.
And don't call your friend then.
When my friend won't talk, I'll call him.
If I know that line from Poland, I'll tell him.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, your name and where you calling from?
This is James David calling from Hershey, Pennsylvania, the chocolate factory.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I just listened to some people say Yombly was expelled last year, whatsoever. If Yombly was expelled, then why you take Yombly to court? Then why you and Yombly get into court? You cannot expel somebody, then you take you and the person go to court. So that other case that all just put it down. If Musa didn't know that he expelled Yombly, then you should not take him to court. They should not go to court with him to the Supreme Court. You can't expel somebody, then you and myself go to court. The person not taking me to court for being expelled. They taking me to court for party issue. And when it comes to the rule form, Fakwa is saying different things, and I don't know what else he is saying different things. Fakwa is saying that the first money was in the government cover, the money was there, but the second money is not there at all. They want to borrow it. But the first money, they were not borrowing it. They were only taking it because it was in the government cover. You're in a prayer fee to take it. You can take it anytime. But the second money, they want to borrow it. So the guy said, no, I don't want to borrow the money, not with my name.
All right, thank you.
How do you borrow something that is not there? I'm not.
Yeah, that's what they want to do.
I thought I was on mute. Sorry, guys.
Oh, you thought you were on mute.
That piggy was so calm.
Hello. Yeah, name and where you calling from?
Hey, this is Prince PC Calon Jr. and I call you guys from Texas.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Hey man, I am so happy today. So I heard a lot of people call and they were talking about, hey, Kumi can never be president in this country. Kumi, look, let's ask ourselves today. Let's ask ourselves at Liberia. If Kumi never become president for Liberia, what Kumi stand to lose? The man is a millionaire. He stand to lose nothing. Who stand to lose? Liberia. Look, we cannot use, Liberians are so used to suffering that they're going back. Yeah, because we ain't suffering them good here, though. They're going back. Oh yeah, we want to suffer more. We're going back and take an 80 years old man who's going to be surrounded by all these young people that want power. Even if I'm going to in our studio right now, they all want power.
Okay, sir.
As soon back away, all the young people coming back, they don't want to be running our country. They don't want to be running our country.
All right, sir. All right, thank you. Let me get this caller. The calls just coming in over and over. Let me see. You said 5, right? Yeah, how are you? I want to put you on loudspeaker, but I don't know. I'm not getting you. Yeah, go ahead. No, you very low. Will you please call back? I don't know. Please drop the line and call back. I don't know. I can't get your call. I'm trying to get your call, but no way. The call's coming in. All right. Hello.
Good evening to everyone on the show tonight.
Yeah, go ahead. 1 minute. Your name and where you calling from?
I'm Wilson. I'm calling from the Netherlands. Well, I like the show, but it's rather unfortunate that every night we'll have panelists attacking panelists and showing disrespect to one another. It does not show any maturity to viewers, and viewers are not taking you guys too serious.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Leo, please stop this kind of thing. It's not nice. It doesn't show your maturity.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me get this. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Okay, I think you are louder. Go ahead, your name and where you calling from?
My name is Ernest. I'm calling from somewhere in the States.
What the place
I
name?
just wanted to ask,
What's the name of the place?
I'm calling from Beatrice, Alabama.
All right, make your point.
I just wanted to know, well, all the people who saying that Cummings is being deceived and all the problems, even with Fagon, where were those people when Yombli indicted Cummings as the person who, even though she wanted to hide her hands, but she basically indicted Cummings as the person who fingered the documents when she was the leader of the CPP. All the sympathy she wants. Why at that time she did not show herself as being the person who was a person of peace?
Okay.
If the Yombli is the person of peace, why wasn't she that person? Even Dylan, why didn't they speak against when the people were carrying Cummings to court?
Okay.
But all of them were silent. Now they want him to speak, or they want him to disassociate himself from Billity. Billity is the doing of Yombli and DeLon.
All right.
So they cannot undo that.
All right,
Why
sir.
will they pretend that it's not their doing?
All right, sir. Thank you.
Against all the other things. So all it looks like is that they wanted to become either Yombli, whether it be fine.
All right, thank you. All right. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, your name and where you calling from?
Claudius Diaz, we're calling from Columbus, Ohio.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say to Dr. Richardson, Leo, Fadiga, and Mr. Gray. Every day people call on this show, they're telling you guys the pathway to the presidency of Mr. Kumi is through Joseph Waka. I think we should be carrying that message now, the same message that people carry. We shouldn't be carrying devices message. Everything Kumi Mokwe, the people who suffering the pain, the people who going through the pain, they are telling you the pathway to the presidency of Mr. Kumi is through Mr. Waka. And so let's listen to the people and continue to elevate the message that people carry so that our people will go there and vote one in one, please.
All right, thank you for your kind words. That's all. Oh, I should get one more. We're not getting you, Doctor.
So sorry. Thank you. That's it. We're good. Good day. Thank you so much for facilitating the diaspora calls. Thank you. Appreciate it. And we're going to move to our closing comments right now. I would like to actually, let me see who came here first. Fadiga, we'll just start with you.
Well, I mean, great discussion as usual. I'll start with the Liberty Party. I think the Liberty Party should unite. If you look online, most of the people that I see actually fighting for this division, and I'm sorry to say, my folks on the Unity Party side, it seems to have too much interest in this Liberty Party saga. But what we know, and the facts remain clear, that the law has been on the side of Musa Belete, a faction of it, the executive committee and everything. So the institution is beyond Musa Belete, like it or not. Young Woody should have some individual, and she's just trying to like rebel rise and remain in the spotlight. I think the sooner she come to the realization that We can't keep fighting this thing, and I will not remain relevant for long if I continue fighting this thing. And so when she chooses to go independent, she has a base. She can well go on her own. But I don't think it would be prudent for her to leave the Liberty Party. But on the legal front, I think they lost. So what I think should happen if we can take Mr. Ability by his word, or Chairman Ability by his word, she needs to come home, and I hope they can resolve this thing. I don't know which direction they want to lead the party. I think the biggest thing here is not even about her coming home. I think the biggest problem the Liberty Party is facing right now is which direction they want to take the party, whether to the CPP or the Unity Party. That is the biggest undertone that I'm hearing. It's not more about, so we coming back, she can come home. But if I come home, where are we carrying the party? They cannot go from the CPP because it's locked in with the CPP right now. From all we know that the Liberty Party, the institution want to remain with the CPP until after the election. So that is that. What other thing we touch? I'm not going to touch the road fund. We touched something else about the Supreme Court ruling. The Supreme Court was clear. If you follow this whole saga and go to the genesis of it, you realize that a lot of the things that happened in the past, and the Supreme Court, in my opinion, is simply saying that this is done. So people say now, oh, they go, yeah, go to court. You can file a frivolous lawsuit, you go to court, but it doesn't mean that you will win. And it doesn't mean you just drag it on. And who has time to keep following this thing, dragging on, and can put an end to it? But I will close on this. You listen to the calls today, you listen to this stumbling today. Both parties have locked in, everybody digging in. When I woke up this morning, I was very disappointed. The first thing usually when I wake up in the morning, I look at my Facebook, and 50% of what I saw were Cummings supporter attacking boycott. And I will say that. The Unity Party. I've seen the Unity Party people make some derogatory comments, but almost half of the comments that I saw on social media when I woke up this morning were ANC people like, we don't want no collaboration. We don't want our men to go this, that, and that. And honestly, when I saw that, I smiled because I don't know how much you guys know politics or how much you guys understand what is going on in Liberia, but Liberia is not America. If you look at Liberia through the lens of the United States, you will fail because every country has its own circuit. I'm not saying that we cannot emulate the good example. I'm not saying that what they are doing in America is bad, but we have to come to the reality that this is what we have now. We have to work with this and then make it better. It will not change overnight. The political tool in the countries right now is saying that we want certain things. It's not forced that the two people come together. They can all go together, fight, come second round. But what we are saying is that if we remain divided going into this thing and people keep attacking one another, it's going to be difficult for us to come together. If two grown men do not see reason to come together to do it for the country and they want us to go in it divided, let them go. But at the end of the day, we shouldn't blame the Liberian people when all is said and done and we have made that mistake. We can't go on blaming the Liberian people for making wrong mistakes because we have an opportunity to get it right. And people have chosen
okay, thank you.
Pay this issue over national interest. And we'll see what the outcome will be in October.
Thank you very much, Fadiga. I'm going to go to Leo Johnson.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. So quickly, there are a few things here from me. The first thing I would like to say, this whole Liberty Party saga is a mirror reflection of the CPP saga. When this whole allegation came out about the CPP of the documents being altered, what was shocking is that everybody pretended like the same people that sat in the room were all still not there. They could have still ignored the CPP document and go back into it and make any amendments to it. It's so shocking how people made it look like the CPP document was Bible now and Jesus had resurrected and gone to heaven. And if there was a problem in it, they could not sit down and take a vote and say, we don't like this clause. Even though we didn't put it, we think someone else put it in it. What was wrong with getting together and say, let's amend the clause? Let's put it through the democratic process. We all stay here. Let's vote it down. We go to NEC, make an amendment. When you send a document to NEC, you can still amend it all the time. No, they were all willing to go and destroy it rather than have gone through the simple process of amending it. We see the same thing with Liberty Party today. all of the people who have the power to fix this issue prefer to destroy the party because they have to win at all costs, no matter what the cost is. What scares me the most, Dr. Richardson, is the upcoming election. That's what I'm afraid of. All the noise we're making about who will see people go to collaboration, y'all prefer whether there is an election. Because I will tell you what my fear is. This is the first election that we're going to be managing single-handedly since the UN final pullout. Single-handedly. This is the first election since the UN pullout. So this is a litmus test. That means we've never done this before all by ourselves without that backup support. I think a lot of people are not looking at that. So there are all kinds of expertise and support we have had in the past for the previous elections that we don't have here anymore. Number two, there's been an 87% increase in the population in some of the counties since the last census. 87% in population increase. That is worrying. Number three, conducting a voter biometric registration for the first time in the history of the country 6 months before election day risks eroding citizens' trust. And it will undermine the credibility of the polling outcomes. Almost you setting out the narrative down that regardless of what the outcome of the election is, anybody can have the opportunity to question the credibility of that outcome if it doesn't suit them, regardless of which side they're on. Another piece for me, the technical glitches, biometric card shortages, and just the general ineptitude of NEC employees. Some of them can't even type. Some of them cannot, operate a computer. This is not an insult to them at all. It is a reality because nobody prepared them. I'm worried that when we go out of the urban areas into hard-to-reach counties, if these challenges are not addressed, we are in for bigger trouble. Temporary staff that are hired by NEC to supervise the voter registration have not conducted due diligence because there is no consistency that has been given to them in determining proof of age. They say the only litmus test is when somebody can and the person accuse you, then you might go. This means anyone who appears at the center to register can be issued a card.
Yeah.
Which has a negative implication on the authenticity and reliability of the voter roll. Similarly, even people who upload their bio data to the electronic system that they're actually talking about in advance of arrival at the centers have no way you can test their age, prove their age, or even prove their citizenship. So our insult to injury for me, NEC contractors have been instructed to only verify citizenship if somebody suspects that this person is not Liberian. How does the person suspect? The person's last name? Do you see the person in the era before? The person's accent? And those kind of stuff. It's faulty because what it could do is that people with mixed race, nationals, transnational, dual citizens who may have lived in the US for a long time or lived other places for a long time and don't seem like they're from Liberia and are Liberian citizens. So for me, the national legislature is the legislature is heavily to be blamed also as a wrap-up for this growing issue of logistical error. How can you approve on a third of NEC budget? On a third. What's wrong with approving the whole budget when we are in such an urgent mode? And the next thing I would say is this. We still got questions about whether there's even sufficient money for the election to be conducted. That question has still not been answered. We don't know that yet. The last thing I would say is this. We should be asking why, instead of running around whether Cummins will go to Boaca will come to Cummins, or whether they will collaborate. There's a bigger thing at play here that nobody's paying attention to until the polling results come out now. And then people start to raise these questions about credibility. That's the bigger issue that I'm worried about.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Leo Johnson. I'm going to go to Colonel Gray right now. Please do your closing, Colonel Gray.
This idea that people come and use this platform as a propaganda arm for certain political bloc, in my opinion, must stop. I think we're using this to espouse ideas, but not to propagate someone's opinion or view to enhance their own political leverage in the upcoming elections. If you want to do that, there are so many platforms. Some folks have their personal page. They can do that. But I'm increasingly seeing that happening here. And this is why the bickering is coming across, because people are holding on to falsehood, enhancing them so that others will believe them. Because, we appeal to all levels of audience. But let me go here and say that what is happening on a political landscape where people are looking at Musa Hassan Belete as an agent planted in the CPP or ANC. I can bet if that guy was rooting the horn for certain political bloc in the opposition, you wouldn't hear that noise. And I think this is where I sometimes feel for someone like Belete, who is clearly taking a point that anyone with clear eyes can see, but rather people are lost in interpretation because they want to paint him as the Buku man or bogeyman. You understand? Musa Hassan Bello, no, had it not been for him, the future of Alexander political capital would have been decimated to the point where probably he will be in jail today or he will not even be running. So if you see him as an agent of the ruling establishment, well, Cummings will see him as a godsend. Because had he not been there, I imagine what would have happened to that innocent man that people were lying on, running away with falsehood. The same individuals now, we asked them, let's put all of that aside. They're still coming back throwing punches on certain people they see identifying somewhere. When people go to court and the court rules, that should be the canon law that should prevail. Carl von Clausewitz, when I went to military school, he says, and I quote him, that the law will always prevail over war. That war, these people are persecuting or prosecuting will definitely end somehow by the law. They've gone everywhere. They by the way, the caller calls and thinking that it was Musa Belete that took these people to court. No. The issue went to court first, it went to NEC. By the same, I like to call them Tatu and Yawa. Or Bonnie and Clyde. You know what I mean? Bonnie and Clyde.
Tatu and Yawa. You're so far.
You understand? Tatu or John and Mary. These two individuals who are still seeking an outcome. By the way, that's how they harassed the late Councillor Bronsky, may his soul rest in peace, when they went to Lofa to have a convention. Yumbly and Dawes DeLong ganged up against that man, and that whole thing went in shambles. Matter of fact, the issue of political leader, that's how it came about. When the man was on his dying bed or sick bed, all this bickering was going on. So they left you in charge. You are a transitional leader. Why are you holding on to this thing like you were elected in the ballot box to become? You are a transitional temporal leader that was appointed to finish up a term. You've gone to court. You've gone to NEC. You still belaboring this issue to cause distraction in the opposition. This same issue you bail out because you wanted to be vice running mate to one political leader or the other, and you took your entire party into this in shambles. Let's face the reality. Are the court rule in their favor? Do you think those who are calling now would have been calling for Musa Bello to be pursuing this issue? No. When we fail to respect the ruling of the courts, we are heading for a dangerous path as a nation. And I think Musa Hassan Bello should continue to prevail and support what the law wants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. And I'm going to do my closing, and then we're going to go on to Bagon. I'm going to start by just telling the callers that calling today, thank you very much for calling and for participating in the show. At times we don't share the same views, but your approach, guys, is just distracting me with this whole thing. Your calls are very much appreciated. I want to tell you, panelists, thank you for always coming on the show. It should be known you guys are here. on your own time. Some of you rush from work. I see Colonel Remy Gray is still dressed. He just came from work and he appeared here. And we're here to exchange ideas. We all may not agree, but we are here to make the Liberian people more informed about what is going on in our country. So please, Liberians, these panelists you see here, they are not getting paid. This is all volunteer time. Some of them are even losing money, including myself. I want to just tell the commentators that are in the comment section, thank you so much. We appreciate your comments. It tells me a lot that many of you are really interested in Liberia. Your heart is in Liberia, and so you tell us how you feel. Audience, wherever you are, this is your radio station. Thank you for listening. I'm now going to turn my attention to, I understand that there is a GoFundMe that was set up for Ralph Ural. I talked about Ralph earlier today. He is a Liberian boy, a 16-year-old Liberian boy that was shot by an 80-year-old white man in Kansas City. Luckily, thank you very much. Luckily, Ralph was able to get treatment at a hospital and he's now recovering at home. But I believe the family will need a lot of help moving forward with his, medical bills and also legal fees. The question is, if the tiles were turned, if the story was turned, if a black man shot a white 16-year-old boy, would things still appear calm as it is right now? So again, we stand with Ralph's family. We wish him well, and we are all praying for him. So we spoke about a few issues here today. We started off talking about Liberty Party. I think we all can kind of agree that Liberty Party would benefit from a united Liberty Party. It doesn't help the party, and I'm sure Musa Ability, when he came on this show, he kind of reflected those thoughts. He was very, very calm. He didn't want to be in a celebratory mood. He told us that he wanted a unity in the party, and I believe Musa when he said that. I believe that there's a couple of rumors going on that needs to be just kind of dispelled. One is he stated in his letter that Yombly was, she was kind of removed from being a political leader because her term expired. She had been in that position after Charles Bronski, passed away. Secondly, there's when you don't pay your dues, and he said that said that when you don't pay your dues, the party has legal obligation as per the Constitution to suspend you or expel you for not paying your dues. And those are the things that he listed here. And he also, based on his visitation here, over a series of times, there was some extension allowing them to come together for them to talk about this whole due issue. So that's what I got out of the letter. I'm not going to get involved in the court situation because I think that I need to sit down and read it and digest it and get some legal support in order to understand exactly what happened with the court issue. But I want to tell you guys, Liberians, and I'm going into talking more to you Liberians that are listening to us every day. People come here and they brand Musa Ability as a double agent. I mean, I don't get it. We must think that anybody who thinks that, you must think either the people, Mr. Cummings is not bright, and I believe Mr. Cummings is extremely bright to sort of excel to be, the leader for a very popular company in this whole world, that he would just sit down there and will not see through somebody telling you lies or being so-called double agent. Mr. Cummings thinks a lot. He makes decisions for himself, so he doesn't really buy into this whole double agent story. My goodness, if Musa was a double agent, then he's doing a very poor job in terms of being a double agent. I mean, that double agent role would have stopped right at the courthouse. He could have turned Mr. Cummings in. He could not have stood by Mr. Cummings during his dark days. So, Liberians, that whole double agent story is a story of propaganda. It's a story of fear because they fear the power of Mr. Cummings speaking to the Liberian people. So let me just tell you that when you come out here to vote October 10th, you need to think for yourself. What kind of president will be double agent? They didn't tell the president in a long time. They're going choo, 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 choo. The rest of the Liberian people will not get caught onto it. I think, again, listen for yourself, okay? October 10th is our big day, Liberians. You need to decide on three things. One, you need to talk about competence. Among all of the people on the ballot, who do you think is competent enough to rule our country? Obviously, you know, and I'm telling you, Mr. Cummings is, okay? It is because of his experience in running a budget that is bigger than our country, his experience in speaking about all of the leaking bucket, all of the holes in our economy, and you know it. Just go to the port of authority, the port in Liberia, okay, and see how much money you got to spend, what kind of leaking bucket that we have or that we have to fix, because that is the gateway to our country. You can see recently we're telling you that the contract for the airport was given up to another company. That is another area where we have leaking bucket that if we fix those things, we won't be going to go borrow road fund money. Okay, we won't be talking about allegations that people want to take $20,000 or $40,000 to pay salary of people, because our country have enough ways of generating money. And this is what ingenuity, the brightness, the creativity, that's the 3 C's I'm telling you about, the competence, the creativity. You need somebody to sit down and think of a roadmap of our country. We're not going to just go on a dig hole, cover hole principle, okay? So you need to sit down, Liberian people, and think who can creatively develop our country. Last, communication. Who do you know been talking for our issues here? All right. Who has said to you, I have an economy plan when Liberia was looking for ways to stop corruption in the country? Wasn't it Mr. Cummings? I remember he and Mr. McIntosh got together. There was an economy summit that was held. Didn't he give his feedback? In fact, he told the Liberian people, I'm not going to be here, but these are my recommendations. I remember reading that, very distinguished. And to my own man, I'm telling you that this man, I will go back into my little Liberian English that I knew. This man, okay, this man got a plan for our country. So at least when y'all go to the market, you won't be running behind truck that coming all the way from Sierra Leone for food and all of those things. When you go from the market, you'll find a way that we'll plant our own food. We have people who are vying for presidency right now. Okay, they were in Ministry of Agriculture. All right, they said they were going to bring farm to the market. We're still here talking, looking for the food that we're supposed to be eating for our own country. Communication is very important. Once at the years, you can say our president George Weah has kept speech from the country. A president cannot be a leader. A leader cannot be leading a country or organization when you do not talk to the person. So again, they talk about likability. They only telling you one aspect, popular vote. The people want. They can't say, oh, Liberian people want Joe Bucker. Everything Liberian people want Joe Bucker. Who the Liberian people are talking about? Have we had a survey to tell us who the Liberian people are talking about? Have we gone, a significant survey, or we're just going by hearsay so they can come and influence the Liberian people and say, oh, everybody wants this particular person? When they talk about likability, ask them. They likability, y'all keep talking about. They winnability, the person got the country at heart. What have they done for you lately? Let's put in Janet Jackson term. What have they done for you lately? They think they call democracy. You know, I heard somebody say, oh, the people can't read and write. We're talking about democracy. They're not just talking about just likability all the time. They are talking about people who win should have the responsibility of taking care of the minority. If you are in the majority, you should have the responsibility of respecting the rights of the minority. They don't tell you that one. Have the current government who won based on likability in the majority vote, have they taken care of the minority people in our country, which are the women in our country, which are the children in our country? I bet not. And I will hang and close my closing thoughts on that. Mr. Ifakon, please go. You muted. We can't hear you.
I said, thank you, Madam Moderator. Everybody talk. I'm going to put hand to him more. He said one word. Give everybody the chance to talk. Let me start first by saying there is a family in pain tonight in Canada. This woman has been fighting all along, left her child 5 years old. Struggle, got the child passport, got the visa, everything, permanent stuff allowed. Today, I'm not saying they say I'm speaking with authority on the matter because I've contacted all of the authorities concerned and it is confirmed. Mr. Samuel E. Farmer, First Secretary at the Guinean Embassy, took the little girl passport. It is believed that he flipped it, meaning he sold it with a visa, everything in it. He lied and said it was in Monrovia. They took it there. We contacted the foreign ministry. They acknowledged that he said he was coming tomorrow. Today, he ran away from the country. The people that are supposed to take the little boy back can't. The passport, everything, and the little boy is done. Tomorrow we'll follow up on this case. We'll provide all the necessary documents, phone numbers, and the charge d'affaires, Mr. Scatching Doe. If you're taking note, please take note. If the individual crosses, because the authorities, I must be fair, Liberian authorities are looking for him right now. A whole first secretary in passport racketeer and deal again. Now, thank you very much. Let's look at Bility as a double agent. It is my opinion that Bility is a double agent. I just supplied Stanton Witherspoon with the recording. At the time when CPP was CPP, we obtained a recording. I know of it. I was in the government. Where Bility, in a conversation with the president's aide, Sekou Kalasko Damaro Jumade, and as well as Ali Silla, made it clear for his own mouth in a recording that he would drag them for another year. And the whole conversation was centered around breaking up the CPP. Today, I say it is my opinion again that he's a double agent. His mission was not to take Kumi to court and leave him there or take him out. Billity's mission is to ensure that the CPP remain divided. That is his mission, and his mission is not complete. And why is he on this mission? To make sure that the opposition, in my view, is divided. James, please put this document that I gave you, please put it up on the screen. Let the Liberian people see. Please put it up on the screen. Tomorrow we'll have time, we'll play the recording. But the Liberian Revenue Authority updated this road front July 31st, 2021. And it clearly shows Bility in debt to the Liberian people to the tune of $5,982,251.66.
Okay.
Who now, James is saying, you can put it up, but leave it, I will be talking. Yeah, right there.
And how many people have this?
Next.
Who all own the Liberian government? Who all owe them?
Even LPRC, no. The oil now is this money you are supposed to collect it and report it to the government. The better on the money, as you see, 2021, that before our government even got in 2018, that early time, Bility owed this money. And they did not borrow this money. He and no government signed a contract. This was money he was supposed to take and put into the consolidated account. Instead of putting it there, he used it for himself. How do you call that?
Good day. I was saying my own child, the Bility has paid almost all of that money.
Thank you.
I was saying that child. Okay, so you can put it up.
So you see,
that's an old record. Very
Stop
old.
interrupting me. This is a metro plan.
No.
After I finish,
since new information, new materials introduced, when I finish,
you have for 30 seconds.
When I finish,
I will show you a chart that Bility have paid almost all of this money on quote. Who gave Bility our money? Who he borrow it from? That's stealing.
So we move.
Was stealing here.
That's stealing.
We move
You know how taxation work? You don't know how taxation work?
Who get our money?
You know how taxation run? You talking about stealing?
You don't know how taxation work? It's not your money.
Hey, gentlemen, please let him finish. Let him finish. So
whose money was it? That ANC money. That is a paper money. Who gave it to him?
My friend, that was taxation money.
Okay, it can even be there by the money for.
How many government officials in Liberia that you been supporting have paid money that they stole? Any owner bookie and stole it, all of them left. How many of them have paid money back?
You play a laugh, I go to finish. Y'all just get a document together so we can show you. You play a laugh, I go to finish.
I enjoy the document. If I go give it to them, I will give it to them salt and pepper. So he's a double agent. And because of this money he owed and cannot pay.
No, that money is paid. That man paid that money off.
You just said the man paid almost all. Now you said the man paid.
But what we said?
Lying to us now.
You know how long it been?
Oh, we'll take you almost.
I know how long it's been.
I have my document. I can also post that up.
Okay, so tomorrow you do it when I finish my clip.
All right. Go ahead.
You finish? You always
No,
interrupt me before I put you there. You finish?
Yeah, because when you distort, we are under obligation to.
So what do you think? I don't hear you distorting.
No, my brother, you should
Dr.
stop
President
this.
said JMP was to agriculture. He stayed there whole day, farm to market. He not bring no rest to the farm. You hear me saying that distortion?
It is distortion.
No, you said that. I want to say you hear me saying that Dr. Francine that distortion. I said Dr. Francine is distorting.
But
I left her to explain her case.
Okay, thank you.
It is my time to explain my case. You and Fasdika, you can't help me. They put you two together, your cancer will lay you down. And so you need that story. You don't be interrupting me. On the issue of Belete being a double agent. Belete mission politically, it is my opinion, to keep the opposition divided. The recording shows that Belete said, don't mind them. I will drag them for more than 1 year. In the recording. Why you want to drag your colleagues there? All of you also be working together.
Back 30 seconds, Fako.
Yeah, you will give me 30 seconds. Nobody stop you, but I mean you get 30 seconds.
Pango, who you think they were dragging? Who you think you about to drag?
Half of my time, you will give me 30 seconds. No problem. On the issue of the road front, the boy will not sign it. He will walk away as a dignified citizen and have an opportunity to return. On the issue of Nobly, we are very clear. We who understand Liberian politics, we know what Belete is doing. He wants to drag it, as he said in the recording, but he will carry the emblem.
The recording is not here, so I think that we shouldn't be discussing a recording that is not here. We don't know.
He is not here. He's not supposed to be discussing agriculture ministry.
No. You're talking about a specific recording. I know about JMP being at agriculture because we don't have facts.
But I know about the recording. Why you can't get me change my own? Let me tell my own.
If I call, if you want to play the recording, let's hear the information surrounding the recording. Then we do that.
Why you want to tell you? You don't want me to tell my own.
No, but you talk about specific.
Okay, Liberian people. Y'all need the ANC people here. Let them keep going.
No,
you just keep following me. We walking. Poko your paw. Then the point get me chance to close. I didn't close. I will close on you tomorrow, 11 o'clock. I will play the recording. I will show you Belete tap, and I will play. And I will tell you everything that Belete did tomorrow. I'm not closing. Y'all ANC people, y'all tell the platform you're close. Y'all tell them say you're close. ANC people, you're close. I tell the people, the Pokemon start tapping ANC people. If my picking cars,
you come and share the facts too. I come and share my own.
Yeah,
share receipt. Don't come make fun with auto put chat. Share receipt.
We have the receipt for LRA. This is the only. The thing here is. My
the context for this thing that you play. Y'all will just take pieces of people's conversation and then we just hear.
That is recording.
Well, so what are the context? Somebody say I'll keep somebody in there for a year. Then what?
No, they're laughing at the CPP, Kalasco, Alisila, and Belete. And Belete said the people are put for equal.
All they refer to the CPP and everything. I mean, we are all educated people here, man. We cannot be spewing all things. We cannot be associated.
No, Kalasco part of the CPP.
So you can be as part of the CPP for Belete to talk to you?
But why would Belete be telling Kalasco that he would drag?
Why would he drag? Did he specifically say why he want to drag?
Oh, yes. Because they were not allowed. You will listen to the recording, you think that Belete popping from my mouth?
I mean, you've done it all the time, multiple times. You just
I want to know the context of the tip. That's why I want to know. So
when you receive that, Belete not pay the money, start talking.
The man said, well, Jay, you need a party.
Who, what?
The man said, well, Jay, you need a party.
How
he said, well, Jay, UP.
Why you not take party? If you drag United Party during the CPP and you are a member of the CPP, who are you?
No, when they were taking that man to court, that's why he said I will drag them.
But you know why you're speaking to court?
Simply, the CPP was going apart, so he said I will drag them.
Who are you dragging now?
Oh, those who are taking the other party to court.
United Party was the one that took him to court?
I don't know who took him to court, but United Party was... United Party testified. United Party testified.
It was not United Party that
he testified.
Oh, they testify,
United Party testified against Mr. Cummings.
ANC people,
But
you
yeah,
read the
the
comments.
information that you put in the chat room is
Unity Party standard
read the
bearer,
comments
or
that
their
people telling
leader
you.
testify against another standard
But
bearer.
Unity Party being a witness, Unity Party is not a party.
What?
She was not a party to the lawsuit. She didn't
My brother, that's the party you was talking they were drag.
That's not the party they were talking
Because
with drag.
of how they were operating like they were separate from the CPP.
No. That's not true.
Oh, no. We'll make some out of that too.
I don't want to say no.
We'll make some out of
The
that.
government almost 6 million. And anybody who issue for receipt, make sure you sign it.
What kind of false receipt?
JU2.
I mean, how can you be distorting something that everybody connected to the case are still alive? We are here in the diaspora speaking to people in Liberia. You just all right, spewing lies.
Who
you think that people will not catch it?
My brother, that tip with
other people on the list, right?
That tip with Sekou Kalasco, I listened to it.
There were other people on the list.
I listened to
it. It's a single, Liberian own, single-handedly that own and operating that.
I see on that list, there's Aminata, Conrad, NP.
The rest are owned by foreigner, and he's paying back. He has paid back.
I said, who gave him the money?
MOTC, Colando, LPRC, all these people here on this year.
Nobody gave money or collecting money on behalf of the Liberian government.
Who gave the money?
It was collecting public funds to submit.
So anyway, ladies and gentlemen,
who gave the money? The question I'm answer.
Well, nobody gave anybody money.
Some of the things you learned from
so
us.
Why he ate it? Was it for him?
No, he did not eat it. You should go back and see why Cabinet Janet was impeached. Go back and listen.
That was business. It was business.
Yeah, business, and the Liberian people pay the money for it to go to the road fund.
My brother, that's not how it works. No, that's not how it works.
That's loan.
That's not how it works.
Everywhere they will give loan.
That's not how it works.
You can see road fund.
Oh, when road fund, they give loan from road fund.
They did not give loan. He took it, and that's why he vowed to pay back.
Forget that.
You don't see road fund get loan before? He buy your own propaganda, why he can handle it.
I am not a propagandist.
Yeah, but Liberian revenue authority tell you say.
No, anyway, guys, that's still fact because you know our audience. We have a lot of people listening to us. You know, people that are used to us make decisions.
The only thing some of us will not. We
will fighting for. He must pay.
We will wreck the roadblock.
Two things. That the first one, two things again in the election. Extrajudicial killing and belated money. Me and he only.
Okay.
They're basically going to be on propaganda now.
As a belated pay the 6 million, I'm going to belated hockey show go on the pitch go that job.
Now you want 6 million from 5, you want 6 now.
You call me Senegali. You call Remy Gray AFL Luchicha Massacre.
But why are you not doing for me?
Have you proven it?
I got to prove it. You're not fatiga.
You see?
So
it just shows your level of deception.
So it gone from 5 now to 6 million. It going up. It went long trouser. It gone from 5 now, 96.
You got to tell more than that. We ran
that money was all but $400,000.
What 400 some more?
You say you ran it up.
$400 and some more $1,000.
So you said now don't lying.
Oh, but do you have paper trail?
You have a paper right in front of you?
No, do you have paper trail?
Go wear your other glasses. The one in front of you.
Do you have paper trail, my brother?
Where you got
paper trail?
That's the paper, the original revenue paper.
Where you got the paper for no
paper? Guys, okay, order to the show. Let's end the show now, please. It's 7:18.
It's not paper trail. Somebody put this together.
This particular document needs to be confirmed.
Do you not collect this gas now?
Money.
The document is not legal.
Which money?
Document not legal.
You talk your other ANC people, you talk about ANC people.
Your ANC people, every day y'all get money. The man all 6 million, pay the money now.
Now you gone 6, from 5 now you gone 6.
That is not true.
Tomorrow it'll be 7.
Okay, let Kumis pay the 5,900,000.
Tomorrow it'll be 7. Today it's gone from 5 now to 7.
Let Kumis pay that one.
Who coming?
So they're talking into that battle, that real TV show for real. Bye, everybody. I told you later.
The boy comes outside here, stay smumble. The beginner comes outside.
You job is still you got nothing to do that.
But the beginner, you not take part that begin, you can't force him. Now why he can
No,
come
he's
outside?
no, he's double agent. He's double agent. He's here to disrupt the building.
You gotta
Belete mission is to make sure that
Belete has no mission.
That's his mission.
That's
That's his mission.
That is
Belete
not
has
his
been very consistent.
Okay, so y'all go with Belete. Y'all please pay.
Belete has been on the show.
Belete get being a double agent here. What does he get out
That
of
man
it?
has been on this show criticizing Joel, the loudest, the government.
Bless Dr. Francine for the most important question. What does he get out of it? He's relief of this 5.9 million, and he keeps
it's
the
not
opposition
5.9 million. You see it?
So
what did you get from moving around?
Right now, you are trying to tell me that right
It's
now,
moving from one to another.
The CDC comment, a comment that you are part of, make deals with people. Okay, instead of using money for the interest of our country, we make deals with people to tell us that you are going to be double agent in the ANC department or in CPP, so that we can keep you safe. We won't lock you up for this money. That's what you're trying to say here.
That benefit papi for my mom.
That conspiracy that comes
What benefit was papi for your mom when you were defending the same government?
It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up.
No, what other is somebody who ate 5.9 million money that we're not
this government
to how you pay that money.
That's why when Kumi's talking about holding people accountable, the first man is somebody who accountable ability.
And I'm asking these questions unlike you maybe, and I know the answer.
No, when I say holding accountable, it's all tell Belete go on that he pay the money.
Fango, I have a question.
I'm not saying that because if you look in the chat room, you'll see an account of how he paid this money. Look in the chat room. Tomorrow I'll bring you receipt. I will even have the person who run his company. What if if she can count on this show, she came on this show before and told you how
tell us that Belete have paid our money.
Of course, you are just going to this document that you printed out here.
The whole document.
Dr. Francine,
read this.
It's so long. Can we put a sheet up?
The document in our chat room.
Have paid in full.
The document is in our chat room.
He almost finished paying. Dr. Francine said he paid in full.
So the document is in our chat room. Are
you saying that Belete have paid in full?
You're going to have some hard times here
because under 400,000. That's the amount. Which
you're going to have some hard times here because your fact and fiction has become lies and more lies.
This was a private citizen doing business. It got nothing to do with stealing money.
And I think it is not illegal.
Has he paid in full? That question people asking y'all.
So let's just establish, Franco, that issue ability is a personal one. So like
no, we can't establish
that. Personal issue.
People money they say. We talk about the country money they say personal.
The country money because no matter how we tell you, she has to the man pay the money. You still continue.
Mr. Belete as a taxpayer has done more for our economy than.
Remy Gray has Belete paid in full. He now pay almost all. The other two
I didn't say not pay almost all. I didn't tell you that.
He has paid what?
The money is not 6 million, it's not 5 million. You understand? That man has been paying that money based on the stipulation they made with government.
No. Why is the money?
You have to go in the chat room. Based on the stipulation they made with government, he has been living up to that term. Payment arrangement, my friend.
Don't forget it. You said the money is not 5.9 million. I asked you, what was it?
He has a good agreement with the government. And
I want to know about the agreement. Say you want to run propaganda.
But you have to know
it's not 5.9. What was the amount?
You don't know about the agreement. You know what?
You don't know about the agreement? Well, then you show your spider paper. Why are you showing us that spider paper? That thing is like 6-7 years old. It's 7 years, 6-7 years old.
You take that money. You take it, you will pay. No. And that money you see here,
look,
I challenge Belete.
People can owe government and they make payment arrangement. Payment arrangement. Belete sent and we got it in the chat room. We got it in the chat room.
Nobody will put a neck on the line to say Belete have paid this money in full. I challenge
No.
Why you concerned about paying it in full?
He paid some.
Almost.
No, you said 5 million. You said 5 billion.
I said $5,982,251.
8 years ago, that was
a little over 400,000.
Yes.
Oh, you know the difference between billion and 400. You know,
I said 400,000. That's the amount you're supposed to hold. How B made me when I know the difference
that's
between
the amount you're supposed to hold. So you are saying that LRA made mistake?
But you want to shoot the people you brought is from LRA?
Now you know where you got your information from.
Better millions. He owed millions, not for
Fagon.
Your people is illegal.
Fagon, let me ask you a question. Fagon, let me ask you a question.
Oh, what did you bring by here?
Fagon. Let's just get it straight. Let's just understand this. You guys been having this argument too long. Do you agree that Ability makes some payment?
You asked me, do you agree that Ability made some payments?
Yeah, he made some payment.
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. So are you telling the Liberian people that all the money that you question Ability on, he have not paid a dime?
What I'm telling the Liberian people is, Ability comes on your platform and tells everything. Ability needs to come and tell us how much he's paid and provide the evidence that he has paid this amount. And that means we'll go run beyond Ability.
No. So Fagon, you man of documents. According to the document you provided, the one you show us, some payment have been made.
Okay, so
on your own document.
So who's supposed to tell me payment has been made?
But hold on now, Fagon. Hold on.
Secret part?
The issue with you and Ability, maybe you mess with a single woman, that's your personal business. We don't care. But let's come to the fact. But let's come to the fact. Fagon. I understand that a lot of folks will agree with you because it's Ability.
No, because it's money.
But hold on now. But
they will agree with me because it's money. I'm going to accept that.
Fagon, it's because it's Ability.
No,
I will not change.
Because it's money. M-O-N-E-Y.
Well, but let's understand this now. Ability is a businessman.
Yes.
Do you have the agreement between he and the government?
I saw a copy of the agreement.
Where is the copy of the agreement?
Or if you want us to find it, we'll look for it and give it to you.
You have to find it. So good, James, if you get it, you got to get it ready. This agreement, this is the document we have. That Ability is not only Ability, other company.
I'm not talking about other companies.
But listen now, Fagon, I'm begging you now. But let's agree. Ability, we all know Hassan Ability, Musa Hassan Ability.
Yeah.
Right. I would say to all of our many followers, thousands and tens of thousands, I do not believe that Ability is an agent, double agent, triple agent, single agent.
That's your opinion.
I do not. That's my opinion. I do not believe that. I do not believe that Ability have not made any payment on the amount. On the amount.
So how much has Ability made? You've been asking me questions.
Well, I asked you the question. Do you have the agreement between CDC government? No, but hold on now. You have enough time to talk. Do you have any? But hold on now. You have your time to ask.
Yeah, but Ability telling you he paid. Why you can't tell?
No, brother. Listen, you do not have the agreement between CDC government and Ability.
But the money was not taken to the CDC time.
But it doesn't matter. Government continuing.
Thank you.
So if it's not taking CDC time, Ability must stay pay. But according to the document we received, Ability has paid. And he continued to pay.
But you received the document Ability have paid, but you can't tell Liberian people?
No.
It's in the chat room.
No, listen, you Fagon. You in the chat room, you seen it.
No,
but you choose not to talk about it.
He's doing spinning. He's doing spinning.
Fagon. So if you get time to put your own outside, the people will put their own outside. There you go. Somebody put this outside. Honorable Speaker, I present warmest greeting to you and the honorable member of the House of Representatives. Please accept my appreciation for the kind intervention of the House in bringing resolution to the road funds area. Honorable Speaker, I humbly call your attention to an error in the quoted area of Stremex, Ability Company, to the road fund. Our initial arrears to at 4.blank million as per our current account. But listen now, listen now. Okay, $4,047,120.
Yes.
As per our current account. After numerous payments to the LRA, the road fund bonus due the LRA by Stremex is 452,350 United States dollars. So, ladies and gentlemen, Liberians, right?
What's the date on the paper? What's the date on the paper?
Hold on, Fagon.
What's
we
the
are not fighting.
March 6, 2023.
James, you guys wait. James, you gotta wait. Fagon.
2 weeks ago.
Fagon. Eugene Fagon. We will call you in order. Fagon, you can fight anytime, but you will not do this tonight. Musa Hassan Berete. They say we request through your good office, Honorable Speaker, Prophet Chamber, your intervention for reconciliation of our account with the LRA. Sir, the chairman, Musa Hassan Berete.
Okay,
let me say this. Let me finish. No. Let me finish. No. James, go there, put this down. James, put this down. Let me say this. No. James, put it down. I still talking. It is important. It is important for us to be truthful, right?
We have to.
This letter was written on the 6th of March, correct? We understand a little over 1 month it was written. But yet it's still, the juice of this conversation, Berete have paid almost 80%.
No.
You are wait. Berete have paid almost 80%. Of the total, but let's say Fagon.
That thing is about 86%. It's about 86%.
Let's say Fagon. You will wait, Fagon.
It's about 86%. Only 4% left.
Give my time back. Give my time. Fagon. Today, Fagon. Give my time. Begging you, Fagon. For the sake of Fagon, you the greatest. Fagon, you are the greatest propagandist in Liberia. We know that. But today, you see what more you took on transit, and you are wrong. Today, you see this letter, and you are running talking Tabata. Today, you didn't see the letter, and you are whining B. Fagon, the mayor is making payment. But remember, you wait. Eugene, listen. Good day. Don't say nothing. The Liberian people must speak. The Liberian people must speak. No, good day, don't answer. Good day, you are on obligation not to answer Fagon.
The money you see in the letter.
That of Francine, you honor obligation not to answer Fagon. And I will say this to you, Fagon. You owe Musa Hassan Berete, right, an apology when it comes to the road fund. We can beat Berete because he's a CPP chairman. We can beat Berete because of Liberty Party. But on the road fund issue, I differ with you. I disagree with you. I think Berete as a businessman in this kind of situation Liberia for herself in, and the amount of things he done, I think he have done the right thing to making payments. And I think, you were explaining. And I think the Liberian people, as per their own Liberian, he has made payment to this amount, and he's willing to finish the payment up. People should give Berete credit.
What percentage has he paid? 80%?
All right. So do your math. But we just say that you will come back tomorrow, Baba Fagon.
Jesus at 400,000.
Jesus is a carpenter. Jesus' father was a carpenter, and you know that. And this story that you say is not correct tonight. I have to come in to correct this because I understand Berete make payment. He continued to make payment. You can blame Berete because he's CPP chairman. You can blame Belete because he fighting Delon and Yombly. You can blame Belete because he on the other side of UP. But I must say this to you, Fagon. You give him the time, I will tell you. You will take what you can take and you will pay back the government. It's business. Business in Liberia is not easy. Business in the entire world is not easy. Belete is making payments.
It's not business, it's corruption.
What making corruption? Isn't he making payment?
But he making payment to what?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you can start on that? You can start on?
You know, if I gonna start up before?
Oh, yeah. Isn't he making payment?
No.
What do you mean no?
Johnson Selita, Chowia says you have finished. You owe 5.9 million. You rest because to say the balance are owed that 4 million 47,000, now 4 million and 50.
Better.
What is the difference between
even if it came from Charlie Kintan and Belete said my people, I will pay $50 every day. Does it matter? And that the agreement? That's the agreement. Matter. Do you know the agreement you got with the government?
I want you first of all to accept that it's corruption.
What make it a corruption?
Because the money was paid by the Liberian people to go to the road fund, you hijack it and you ate it. You are corrupt. I
will wait when you finish. Then you must say end the show today. I will
first wait. Correction for you. Belete owe 5,900,000 plus. Belete wrote the
Can you bring Damo in, James?
Says, Mr. Speaker, the money I owe now, March says so just 2 weeks ago. Mr. Speaker, the money I owe now, that 4,047,000. Now 4,052,000. Okay, Belete, 47 from 52. 47 for 52. Now he said 47, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. Belete, I Eugene Fagon speak for the Liberian pool. 35,000 here for you. Take it. We now want to again. Where is our 4,047,000?
So you feeling?
Now the money I want from you, Stanton, right now. I want that money.
So you feeling that?
Yes.
Okay. I'll let you and myself in this thing together tonight.
I mean you.
And I will repeat myself. You can blame Belete because he's CPP chairman. You should blame Belete because he Liberty Party chairman. You must blame Belete because he fighting Yombly and Delon. Blame Belete because he against CDC and UP. But when it comes to the road fund money, don't blame Belete. You do not have the agreement. No, my man, but when I ain't saying feeling now. You do not have the agreement. The agreement between Belete and Madam City government, you don't have it. The agreement between Belete and CDC government, you don't have it. And as far as we know, James, put the letter up. The man that say he fought inflation, let's put him in a fashion position today. Put the letter up.
Okay.
Okay, Mama, you and I talk. You finish the matter to talk. You said, yeah, this is it. Honorable Speaker, Buffer Chamber. I humbly call on your attention to an error in the quoted arrears of statements in the road for money. And Liberian people should understand our initial arrears to at $4,047,120. Do you agree, Fagon? Is that the amount they owe?
No.
I will pause.
Belete is writing to the speaker to say, hey, sir.
Yes.
LRA have given that side of what he owed. We put it up. Belete now, the reason why Belete is asking the speaker, because Belete is saying that the money they owe was that, not the other money. So again,
I ask you. So again, I ask you, do you agree with that amount Belete called? You said no. All right.
Because I know what Belete owe.
Okay. Do you agree with the amount Belete say he paid? James, please put the letter up. James, please put the letter up. Okay? And listen to this now. Listen. After numerous payment, he said numerous payment to the LRA, the road fund balance due the LRA by Stremex is $452,350 United States dollars. Do you agree with this amount? That's what Belete owe.
That letter was written by March 6, 2023?
Yes, sir.
Oh, now I see in words 452,300.
All this that you see, eh?
No, wait, no. That's everything you're talking, brother. Don't rush yourself.
But yeah, ask you a question. So all this time you see this thing.
Don't rush yourself. Don't rush yourself. The thing we're talking here now, Belete wrote the previous letter, read. Right?
Yeah, I see letter.
But not the C letter.
That is the letter I say reading to you.
That is the letter.
That is the letter.
That is the letter, man.
So put the 4, the 047, the 120.
What are you talking about now? We put a sin letter up. That's a different letter. Put it down. Let the people look at the man and laugh at the man. Are you blind? That is sin letter, brother.
That is sin letter.
Okay, bring the letter again.
I think you do internet see and I'm helping you. That is sin letter we put up. You got only 4 pieces of chicken in your refrigerator that you bought $10. Go and fry them and eat it and go to bed. Go and fry your 4 pieces of chicken wing and go to bed. That is sin letter we reading here. March 6, 2023.
Wants a document to show that he wrote that this is what he owed. What we want to see, LRA say you owe this as of 2021. He said after numerous payment, let Belete bring a receipt. Let's see who signed it. Let's see LRA confirm it. Then we know Belete talking.
Okay.
Now, your Belete can play. Belete can play me.
Okay, Fago. So you are saying that you disagree with the balance amount?
I said I don't agree.
You disagree. That's fine.
Belete wrote that letter 2 weeks ago.
So he wrote that letter a month ago.
March 6.
Yes.
Yes.
A month ago. Okay. So
we started talking all that yobo.
So
now Belete show you. Excuse me, Senator. Can I say this to you? Because
yes,
I'm getting serious now. Belete show you what he wrote to the speaker. Don't you think Belete should have given you his receipt from the LRA or the road phone?
So Fagon.
He says so Fagon again.
Fagon, I better answer you. Fagon. You see, and let's say this to the people, right? I think you are ignoring what is in our chat room. Because what you're asking for, here you go. What you're asking for, Fagon, is right in our chat room.
No, that Belete supplying.
It's not Belete supplying.
Wait. You just sat down today. Belete came right in front of you and told you he won case. Belete told decision, everything. You went by now, you saw the thing today, you were pissed. Belete not come and get you letter to speak up. But he giving you receipt. That so, Belete can play, he can play me.
So Fagon, listen to this. And listen well. Fagon, listen to this and listen well. Okay? We are about to do this thing because it is important.
And you must show me the speaker reply, please.
Go. In the Honorable Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia, sitting in its March term, we're going to read this, right? Because you blame Belete from Madam Salita, and this is 2018. Then we come and fast forward to 2023. Before His Honor Francis Kwakwa, Chief Justice, before His Honor Kabina Jene, Associate Justice, before His Honor James Eto Wodokori, blah, 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 come down. 2018 though, I want you to go in our chat room and read the document that in the chat room.
I see the document there.
Okay.
And Belete sent it.
Oh, Belete sent the Chief Justice, the Supreme Court document now. That Belete writing for this. Belete is the clerk for the Supreme Court.
Well, who is sent the document to you?
Belete is the clerk for the Supreme Court. Is that what you saying?
The clerk sent it to you.
Belete is the clerk for the Supreme Court.
That the clerk sent it to you.
Hey, but I arrest my case. There is no need to argue with Honorable Fagon.
That the clerk sent it to you. Just say that the clerk.
How can you say that the clerk sent it if you know very well this?
Propaganda. Belete tell you say he read letter to speaker. Why you can't get you a receipt one time?
So you guys will have the receipt. I will sit in the back and enjoy the show. Please don't show a good day. I know you're doing all of that because you want put Fagon on the spot. Don't do it.
Nothing.
Don't do a good day. Don't do it.
I want Belete receipt.
The Bible says honor your father and your mother. Fagon can be your father. Don't do it. Honor Fagon tonight. Don't put him in bottle aside. Don't do it.
I know Belete King.
I'm ready to post it. I want for people to see what he's saying. I want to be the Supreme Court ruling.
Fool us about the Supreme Court ruling. I to go check. Everything Belete said, I was with me. Belete not come tonight. For him to get our receipt, he read a letter for us to follow. That he wrote
the Supreme Court ruling, or shall everybody see it? There the case finished.
Okay? I don't play that one. So if Belete won't show me, let Belete show me the receipt.
So let's be frank tonight, though.
I'm being honest with you. I'm not playing host to that paper that Belete play.
I will say this again.
I'm not.
I do not agree, right, that Belete has not made any payment. Belete has made payment on this amount. Belete continue to pay. Belete running one of the largest
But the thing that I understand
company.
about you, Stanton, you say Belete pay, but Belete will get you letter, but he can't show you that I pay. Hey, man,
You know what? You know what? Like, can understand, but you love to interrupt. That one Fadika when I give you
keep saying the man paid, but the man can get you letter he wrote, but he can't get you receipt.
But you have a receipt.
I pay, you not receipt right here. Why you can't get you the receipt? Why? He will not get you the receipt.
That the agency say I'm gonna leave. I stay talking. She say I'm gonna leave you alone.
I'm an open man, Stanton. Belete, look. 2 days ago, look how Belete played.
Why business so how? Why you attacking Belete?
I'm not attacking Belete. My problem is when you come up and you look at one group of people, you continue to take advantage of them. 1 or 2 persons will stand up and say, you know what? You can fool all the people all the time. I mean, some of the people, but you can't fool all the people. Like in this case, Belete came out yesterday, day before yesterday, on this platform and fooled the hell out of us. When we read what we read, even further than everybody finished reading it, we said, oh, but something wrong here. And Belete went ahead to do what he had to do. Today, Belete showing all letter he wrote March 6. But he can't get all receipt. Belete say he paid 80%, but he can't get all receipt. Their money from March, from where?
But why the government can come and say Belete lying?
Government will come and say what?
Belete lie. Belete has not make any payment. LRA should come and say.
You expect government to come out to say the team captain lie?
Oh, the man's bad, man.
You expect government to come and say the team captain lie? The what government put up is what government put up. Government put up what Belete owe. If Belete say he dispute, it should have been the 5 million that government put out. Now, if Belete say I have paid some, instead of showing you the letter of...
Let me ask you a question. Let's leave Belete small because let me ask you a question. I heard you talking about JMB. Seriously, with a few seconds we get left. And if Dama want to go home, Dama can go home. We still talk small. What are the chances of JMB beating George Manawea without Mr. Cummings? I really want to ask you this question. Let's flip. The chances of JMB beating George Manawea without Mr. Cummings.
You ready for your answer?
Yeah.
They have a trained darling of the West. The woman admired in the entire sub-region. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, well known globally, was in a race with Charles Taylor. Someone asked the same question, what are the chances? Because when you think about America, United Nations, AU, EU, ECOWAS, you will never consider Charles Taylor was going to beat Ellen almost 70%. But when the Liberian people get angry and you don't understand the anger, you will not ask for chances. The Liberian people say, you came my man, you came my power, I will vote for you. When the learned councillor Charles Walker Bromsky and the erudite financier in person of Alexander Cummings, 2 of them combined, was going against George Weah, you would never think that the Liberian people would have said, you know Bogo, you don't know Bogo, will vote for you. You would not have asked what the chances.
So
let me answer now.
Yeah.
Today, based on what Liberian people have suffered, what they have seen, and what they have heard, don't ask what are the chances. They just piss and they want George Weah off their back.
So let's agree.
Agree with me that the opposition voted the CDC.
But let's agree now. Yeah, but let's agree now. You say the Liberian people are so mad, they are pissed. Okay? So equally so, can you say also Mr. Cummings' chances of beating George Manawea is as high as Joseph Boyka's chances of beating George Manawea because the people are so angry and they tired with George Weah? Can you say that as well?
It depends who's in the race alone. If Cummings is in the race alone by himself today, he will beat George Weah like Marketer. If he goes in the race with Parker and Jawia, he will not even come close. His chances are slim. And all polls have shown JMB is ahead of him.
Okay, so you can say the folks out there believe that JMB is ahead of Mr. Cummings. But you also say if the race is between Mr. Cummings and George Manawia, Mr. Cummings chances of he will be George Manawia.
He will be in Mageda.
Though you are not a Cummings fan,
no.
What can bring Cummings to that level?
Cummings need to negotiate his way to that level.
How?
Very simple. That's why in politics we sit down, we discuss, we meet, we make deals. Go and negotiate, make deals. Don't sit down and think it will happen. Liberians, unless the Americans bring here and install him, the people say you came my mind, you came my power, vote for you. You know, boy, you not know, boy. What America wants, when the Liberian people get pissed, they don't give it to America. They don't. They do what they want to do. It is a fact. So if Kumi wants, can negotiate his way, he'll be okay.
Negotiate his way with the Liberian people? Negotiate his way with political
other
leaders?
Political actors, such as even James Goode, you, myself, and anybody. Negotiate your way.
Let me ask you this question. If Jeremiah Kuhn is all of the picture, let's just agree that Joseph Boakai take Jeremiah Kuhn. Do you see anyone out there that Mr. Cummings can take to elevate him as VP? For that person to be his VP and they were elevating. Do you see anyone out there?
Maybe Ellie.
No, man, Ellie not running again, man. Why you would say that?
What I must say to you, when I get you that kind of answer, I should tell you that finding a running mate that the Liberian people can look at and say, I know
what about Tewon Gonglo? Tewon Gonglo
won't help.
Tewon Gonglo will not help?
No.
I will give you another name. Let me leave Cummings alone. As everything remains, George Manawia and Joa Howard Taylor, do you see any way the Liberian people can forgive George Manawia and give him a second chance?
No way. I don't see that way, and here is why. When Liberian people suffer, there's no more negotiation. 3 months per year, even pay you.
You think the Liberian people know that they are suffering enough?
You know how you can know? You can know from George Weah himself. When he goes places, you see that small crowd. Think about the population of that area before you consider that crowd. When Liberian people suffer, Stanton, you can know. And they don't care who you are, you will get out. To crown it, drug dealing, money laundering, I can guarantee you, the Liberian people concerned, but ain't bother them. The suffering and the extrajudicial killings put George Weah behind.
Do you think? Can you just let us know? Do you think George Manawia really know that the Liberian people are suffering? Do you think he really know? He really understand the suffering of the Liberian people, though?
No, he doesn't. Because everybody around George Weah got money, so he can't see beyond. Like going to London, taking 200,000 for car rental. It makes sense. It makes sense. You go to watch World Cup game. You spend 96,000 on incidental. It makes sense. Millions of dollars on your trip. It makes sense. But there is somebody who is looking for $5 to eat. That they play a problem at. That's where a problem at. 3 months people eat pay.
Is it true that people have not taken pay 3 months? Or you just saying these things?
I am telling you 3 months. That the government can't say that loud. The 10 billion is supposed to get neck. They're trying to find it. And then today you take 200,000 from there. And then you come in trouble when y'all get neck the money. So we are his own problem. Kumi's coach, Kumi will flood Jawia. At this point, the Liberian people don't care. Jawia must move.
It's something scary because a lot of people believe that maybe if I go just talking, and other folks just talking, because what is happening is that to believe within yourself that Jawia can be flogged by Cummings or Boakai,
It's a
no,
dream.
I didn't just say it like that. I said if Waka is out of the race.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. But I'm saying either or. Waka in the race or Waka out of the race. If you are saying that Waka or Cummings can beat George Banawea on a one-on-one, people just don't want to believe it because George Banawea is in the driver's seat. George Banawea get all his folks right now. They are working overtime. Look in Lofa. They just opened another dam, water something, electric current is in Lofa running. People are saying that whether it's true or not. What is lacking? People believe that the Liberian people just maybe lying to the opposition, but they will still support George Banawea though.
You know, if you want to hold the polls, go to the polls, go to the surveys. Then you will know whether George Weah wins 100%. And if he doesn't, what percent does he win when they put all the other candidates in? The opposition will always have more number than George Weah. And that's why people ask for a united front to just wipe him out one time politically. But if that doesn't happen, you think when they go to the second round, they will give vote to George Weah? No. If Cummings go to the second round, all opposition will be opposition. So yes, George Weah can be flocked. Simple as that. No other case.
Do you think if a George Banawea win a re-election, do you think he can transform the country? Do you believe that he would turn this thing around if he win re-election?
The thing he was supposed to turn around, he has says here he brought drugs. He did money laundering.
Take 2 years of COVID. That would be their argument.
You take 2 years of COVID, that doesn't give you the right for extrajudicial killings, illegal detention. That does not give you the right to torture people. That does not give you the right to indirectly support Hezbollah and Hamas through giving bogus contract. That does not give you the right to bring.
Hold on. Is this Hezbollah and Hamas? Where are coming from? They are not in Liberia. How would you say that he support them? George Weah is not.
That's why I use the word indirectly. When you give money to James, and James go take the money and give it to a best buddy they call George Flammer, who's not supposed to receive that money, you have supported Flammer indirectly through James. That's why we use the word indirectly. When you give all your contract in the country to those you consider Lebanese merchants or Arab nationals and what have you, and they find out that the money landed on that side, you have done so indirectly.
My man, I hope one day we have the. I want to interview you one day, Fago. Just you and myself, because it is important.
I do one-on-one with the CEO.
Because what I'm saying is that it is important to understand that George Banawea, he have the border puppet. He can go anywhere. They say this guy can transform. Like anything you have ever seen. He will go down waterside and go in the Kobo shop and start eating with the guys there again. He will start playing free-time ball. He will transform the system. The people will forget. They said George Banawea get the magic. He can make things happen.
And he met with young people today.
Yeah, but the young people all around the country were not here. Those are the kind of propaganda that George Weah sell, because the time is not right for opposition to respond. You get young people from 1 or 2 areas. You say George Weah met with the young people. In what they call your team? Fidocli. The young people came from Fidocli. That time where you don't always call it. They came from Bokon today.
You talking about feasible?
The young people came from feasible today.
You know, it's not possible for everybody to assemble.
But you see how they can put the propaganda. George Weah met with young people today. Who the young people? Met with some young people is the appropriate thing. Meeting with some young people is not the same as meeting with all the young people. Those young people in Fesebu, Galau, Mlau, Mendebu, all the people in that too, they are young people. They got their problem. They got their things. They're not in the city. All of the parks they build it right in the city. You think the other people don't want to play in park? Everybody can get it. But when you put all in the city, whether it be PHP, Oro.
Do you really know how that meeting was held today?
Do I care to know when you agree?
Okay, then allow me to explain.
No, wait. Do I care to know how the meeting was held? When my point is, the people from all young people from all around the country.
There were representatives, and that's how meetings are held around the world. When Liberia is going somewhere for meeting, all Liberians can go.
Under which banner did they come?
Fago. My question.
Young people.
Fago, my question to you though: do you ever see? Just remove the Fago hat for a little bit. For all hat of neutrality. Do you think? Can you say now, right now, that the chances of Joe we are winning an election in Liberia stay there?
Yes, anybody that's in a political race has a chance.
Okay.
Because even tomorrow, something could happen that will change the whole dynamics. When we were here, Hillary Clinton was like.
But you said yes, though. You said yes.
That's what I'm saying. You remember when Hillary Clinton was making all the news? Obama came from the blind side one time. Boom. It can happen. That's why we as politicians, we don't rule it out. Why if something happened to JMB and then Kumiska, he do this, something happen? Joe will be on course.
Yes.
Look at all that, man. Playing me up war. Scam man, George.
We yay, James. We yay.
So you see, the truth of the matter is, anybody of the three can win. If the two come together, they'll win. If they don't,
so why you can't accept the incumbent's Bwaka ticket? Bwaka Cummings ticket.
I've never ruled out that ticket. Honestly,
but you said the train left.
Pissed. I've just been pissed because we're telling you this is the team, but you're just arguing. So I'm pissed, and I'm not going to waste my time. You saw that again today. The Liberian people begging them, but they're always arguing that Cummings did not come to be what? VP.
Will you support a Burger Cummings ticket?
With Burger at the head of the ticket?
Yeah.
I didn't want to say I would get them my money free.
Okay.
I will, the way I will work, Cummings will look at me and say, you wish. But you don't want to do what Liberian people want. And I'm frustrated. So I said, bro, go away, care that offensive with you, care Salimatu, care that Yakula, Remy Grepa Lee, I can see good.
Care Fadiga?
Leave Fadiga. Fadiga say, Pastor, man, what they get? Nyonguli, the people on the feet telling him, stop it, the woman here, Nyonguli. You don't want to. The woman will get her uni. Spell her name Nyomble.
A message pronounced it as John Woody.
Okay.
So, but the only thing I want to say, listen, I will tell you this. So, Liberia is a beautiful place, and you on Spoon, man. I don't know if you want such a ticket. What? Anyway, I'm not bringing Benedict up.
You know why you can't bring it up?
What do you have tomorrow in store?
Because
what do you have in store tomorrow?
Wants such a ticket. Why you keep torturing all the other people? You keep on the network. You say you want to reconcile. Stanton say, okay, I close my mouth. The next day, you get there, you expel a woman. So which one be my concern? You see? So I'm frustrated with all of them.
What you got in store tomorrow? What's the story you got? What is the story you got tomorrow?
For tomorrow?
Yeah.
I play my tape.
Which one?
The better tape.
My man, I tell that OT, you will not play that tape. I dare you, you will not play that tape tomorrow.
Why I can play it?
Benedict is our friend, our brother. You cannot play it, bro.
No, I won't play it so the pocket yeah is that.
So what else you get tomorrow?
I don't want to get tomorrow. I want to talk here because you go spoil it like so.
What's that? The man Boniface tattoo?
The Boniface side. Oh man, you made them fire Boniface side too.
They can fire the job.
The man term is over already.
To tell you the truth, I think the man in the president on chicken belly.
Oh yeah.
I think chicken belly.
What
listen to this. They get accused Boniface Satu of sexual harassment, right? There was investigation that free him. And the girl is the president's friend. I mean, she's not the president's girlfriend, fiance, she's a married woman, but she's the president's friend. And at the end of the day, why are you laughing?
Jesus Christ. Fellow was a capital. Jesus Christ.
Why are you laughing? You know, so, but the real thing is the 40 million. I don't know why Jim's laughing. I put a Boniface Satu picture in the chat room. I put a get picture in the chat room. What they call him? Leo. He forget about the whole show. He just looking at the get picture. He came with her. He came with her. They see James Metu. Look at the get picture. Oh, he couldn't move her. I knew what I was thinking.
So let's go by
that picture is not okay for the viewers.
Yeah, it's not okay. So let's go by you say let's go by you say the
why you mean not okay?
But Fagon, you say that she's a married woman, but she's the president friend. Okay.
You're the president friend.
How many of them in government are the president friend?
Most of them in the government. If you want to know the president friends, then go on that page. You don't put a husband or the fiance picture there.
Yeah, man, I see you. I don't know Tabata here for it.
I'm looking at scared.
No, man, I beg you. They say you tell your own, they tell your own.
Let me tell you something. I know ability games, and I'm being honest with you. What I don't like is, Bilete, you are not making it easy for the Liberian people, and I hate that. I really do hate it. The Liberian people want you to play a role, but it's like the Nigerian guy like me passing. I don't want peace.
I want trouble.
I want trouble. What day you passing? I don't want peace. I want trouble. I don't want peace. I want trouble.
My ability is in a position. I will say this: if you in a position yourself, you will have problem. You have a ruling establishment. The man got to thread the needle well. Okay. I would say no, seriously, I do not believe that ability is deceiving Mr. Comis. I do not believe that ability is deceiving the opposition and he working for CNC.
Yes.
I do not believe it. I just think ability he has found himself in a position that he got to do his business and he got to do the party business. So therefore, he got to walk on the line that is very, 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 very short.
But do you believe that politics is like a marketplace? You're good at the bar market?
So you want Benedict to close? You want Benedict to close his businesses down?
No, I want Benedict to market Kumis in a way that you go and buy in the market.
But that's a different argument now.
How he bought Ben Sandy, he bought Conway. He almost bought me, sir. And when I said buy that physical cash, you bring in people.
Yeah, but Fagon.
You can't be confrontational and expect this man to get people.
Fagon, that can be that can be discussed, but the stability is an agent for the government that I'm totally against.
Your Nina's tenton ability. Did the man make an answer? Now your needs tenton ability. Let me make an answer. If you're not agent, you will prove it by now. Homie all the other people.
Ability is not agent. Ability for folks, Ability is not an agent. Ability is a brother. And we just want to say to you, Ability is just in the situation that he got to run his business and he got to serve the CPP, the Unity Party, the CPP, the Liberty Party, and that of ANC. When you're in that position,
it's after 2 a.m. here.
That your business, you're working overtime. And man say after 2 a.m. They begin refuse to send my change. They won't let me to tell the Liberian people now after 2 a.m. You better change the picking Fagon. Look at you scratching your head. So the issue is that
there's a country called Poland, Poland. There's an area called Poland, Poorland. They're picking like in Poland.
They picking is an hour 30 minutes from Brussels. That I can tell you.
1 hour 30 minutes from Brussels.
1 hour 30 minutes from Brussels. The man just got back from Brussels recently.
So it confirmed that the man walk.
No, the man can take a plane for what? 120 euro. Good day. What's the ticket? 120 euro. 120, 130 euro back to go and come. The beginning made Brussels to be a vacation spot. Every weekend he go there and come back.
They love my picking out use plane.
Also, you can use a train. Oh, Fagon, thank you. So you getting plane money and make a go take train.
It's easy, man. Go fast.
Good at that, true. So you can take the train and you say you buying plane ticket. So the other one you put it on swag. But folks, man, as always, Fagon, we want to say thank you for what you bring to the table. And I know you're giving Fadika, Remin Gray, Dr. Richardson, Leo, you're giving a hat. Just 1 against 4. Wow.
But Remin Gray can't see good at the problem.
Come back.
All right, folks, thank you so much for being a part, and we hope to be back tomorrow, at which time the team will be here to bring you another edition of the program Spoon Talk. Until we meet, my name is Gude. Have yourself a great time. Thank you so much for being here.